Salamat.
Bahala na si God.
Celebrate. Bahala si God.
2 days celebration.
Do your best. At the end, do your best and God will do the rest. Ay, wala pong gawa. Pero ano ka ngayon? Huminga.
Walang ligo, eh. Walang ligo, isang linggo na.
Narin sa linggo. Bakit? Sa linggo?
Hi, Lexa!
Sierra.
Ayan.
Sierra. Kulot na ang bubuti kung ginapag-grow.
Oh, nagpagupit ka?
Kompleto pa na yung kita ka na ako magiging picture.
Char, sana all.
Siyempre, ginagay. Ginantin man. Siguro nakita yun. Parang pictures ko, parang artista, hindi na nakita yun. Ano mamaya, or na yun. Or mga exciting. Si Aaron lang hindi nakauwi dito.
Saya nyo nga, ate. Nagselos ako. Nainggit ako.
Siya na. Oo, lalo na yung kuya mo. Aba, ikanta ng kanta. Gagawan sa banyo. Gagawan sa banyo. May isa pa namang banyo Ayaw mo na talaga. Hindi mo tanong mabuti.
Pag lalaki pala yun.
Yung isang banyo, di ba daw siniyara kahit ayaw pang maglibang doon at naliligo din sa isang banyo. Hindi na siya makalibang doon sa pang-boys na.
Pag boys pala yun.
Pag-boys yung pangkabila. Kaya pala. Ayos naman kami dito. Hindi pa naman naiinip. Kasi minsan lang, first time pa lang kami nakakuha sa dagat. Gabi pa nga ako. Maraming baon. At ating kardero pa yun. Yun ay pinakain. Kaya masarap. Masarap daw magluto si Felix.
Kaya Felix din kayo nag-order ito.
Ay, sinili ka naman na alam yung mga yan. Yun naman yung katinda lang ng
Expected daw.
Nagrilak ko dati.
Expected daw ng Kuya Boy.
Ay, naku, yun nilasing lang. Kaya gayon, sabi ko nga, sinumbatan ko nga. Sabi ka na expected. Kung yung pala expected, hindi na sabi mo sa akin para na napigilan ko kayo. Na-expect kasi pinabawalan ka nga niya. Nagumasok niya.
Roy.
Hindi niya na-expect ng pagkawalan ka naman niya na wag mo nagawa. Sabi ko, kung sasabihin ko, alam niyo. Kasi kung alam ko yun, hindi ko maipapawag. Kasi naiwan ka. Primano ka sa pera mo dahil iperin mo yan. Dahil kung usap ka, hindi ka magbibigay sa iyo gas. Pagka wala, ay di, ibig sabihin na itinitira. Kasi may ticket na nga eh. Sabi ko, pagka tayo parang pera, hindi, gusto kami ng ticket. At gusto niya, dito tayo mag-pista. Yung gusto sabi niya. Eh, pagka hindi, walang samaan na mo. Ilang ticket namin eh.
Bakit naman hindi nyo inano hanggang fiesta, te?
Hindi nga, kasi nga, yung si Jubel, eh, siyempre, niyabinig ko lang kay Lola, at saka yung aso, malulungkot, itong
Ah,
yung time namin, kasi si Tutong, lagi malulungkot yun dun sa gate.
ah.
Oo. Eh, pero inaasikaso naman ni Bert, mukhang wala naman masyadong problema dun sa bahay. Ay, ano po eh, nung kami hindi pa na parang mapipil ko na dito may nahirap iwanan, makaawa. Makaawa, kaya ano na lang tikit natin na nagtatay. Basta ang gawa lang namin yung sumpa, ay dito kasi tapos pupunta naman sa nag-ano sa iyo, sa ano dito ba?
Ah, Father Delgado.
Bilis ng araw eh. Pagbalik ng Negros, malapit na kami ng uwi. Yun lamang. Kapag yung yan yung kung saan na mag-atos. Hindi yung mas malalayo. Ang gato at saka mabago. Yung mabago. Mahirap maglakad ng maglakad. Dito na winemens yung ulit na yun. Kasi nakikita ko naman yun sa Facebook.
Hindi, umaga dito, te. Say hi, Abner.
Hi, how you doing? How are you?
Hi!
I call you in the morning.
Quiet.
Why?
Where is Aya?
I in school now. School, yeah. Yeah. Good to see you. We're going to work now. You see a lot of sunshine in Manhattan. Sunshine. Tell her to get up in the morning. Okay. Are you going? Blessing, blessing.
Sige, te. Ano naman, me?
Speaker.
Ah,
Yes.
sige, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Start the line.
Let's put ourselves in the person God bless your trips. Keep safe. Bring many tips. Have fun. Enjoy. Amen. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Amen. Thank you. Amen.
Hard something. Oh, you want to fix it? Or when I come home? When I come home, because I need it for my knee. This, you know how to sew it? But how are you going to sew it?
It's not showing here.
I'm not sure. I have not. So you can do live even if I'm live on the same channel?
Yeah.
How do you do it?
No, you're not live. Oh, yeah, you're live.
On 14E, the left lane is blocked there. The Garden State Parkway still with delays into 145. Very heavy. They go back down to
Okay, see you later. I need to drive it
Hi, Walter.
past the Garden State Parkway.
Hi,
And heading out
Robson.
Route 21, you should
Hello, Dr. Ray. You have caught already, nothing.
You know, the sun is so bright.
Hi, Alfred.
You're going to look at the sun with the glasses. I'm looking at the sun, Mariam. It'll be the same like yesterday. No big deal. People make big deal yesterday. Just same. No big deal. Ay, ay, ay. How I do it?
You know, like in YouTube studio, you see, one show.
Okay.
That's
You have to.
how did you do it?
This is not the way you go like from.
Oh, okay.
Then I will see. Then you look for the studio. You need to sign in. Sign in. You know your information.
The verification.
Well, where's the verification?
Shipment. Not there. Where? Like where there's saying
Maybe it's on.
yeah, there. No?
Maybe it's on that phone. Where the light is.
Ah, it's fine. No. I'm gonna do it at home.
Then you click on login.
Yeah,
And you
okay.
go live. I mean, I can show you here. Look, let me show you here. See, from click login. Then you click on login. Okay, a second. Then you click on this. You see the small live.
Yeah,
You click on live. The small live.
Oh, okay.
Then you click live here. Then you click. This is now. Then you click the monetization. Yesterday say partials. So really I want to go back to the food delivery because
Yeah.
it's $20 an hour now. Said sunshine, summer, we're gonna do some. But he said we can use your bicycle, small electric bike.
That's the Tuesday.
Tuesday night. Can you use your bicycle?
Mother Nature did not disappoint here at Hofstra. Melissa Motivier was one of hundreds of students with their eyes to the skies outside
Okay,
the
you know how to do it now?
It's like a feeling of euphoria watching the stories of
Okay, we'll take you home.
Based on what I'm hearing on my peers and
Drive
what they're
around.
saying, this is so worth
You don't
the
have
class.
If I get a call, yeah. It's okay.
Marla Diamond, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM
house
on the
is-
campus of Hofstra
The
University.
house this
We'll have some current cost of big show in the sky.
You can.
You want me to go now? Maybe go to somewhere you can get a one.
only horse. That is clean. Very good. Somebody gave me this car. Take a picture. It's like healing, I don't know.
He says rain clouds earlier in the day broke away.
Yes.
The clipped glass that's usually recycled on the Jack Warby Parker is one of the drop-off spots they will donate them to astronomers without borders. Serious allegations now against an elementary school teacher in Stamford, Connecticut.
Candy was the enticement. It was given in exchange for a hug. The way students describe it, this was not an innocent embrace. Strawberry Hill Elementary School teacher Andrew Park, 33.
Yep,
faces
yep,
a
yep,
long
yep.
list of criminal charges for allegedly groping a dozen students, girls 11 to 13. The children told investigators Park's hands would slide down to their backsides. The girls started to wear their backpacks lower to protect themselves. The warrant details how this came to light. A girl told the teacher she was late to class because she was avoiding Park in the hall. The State Department of Children and Family Services didn't investigate until a parent called twice. Park must steer clear of children. He can only have contact with his 1
Bright shine like a diamond. Bright shine like a diamond.
9-month-old Beyonce's youngest daughter has now made history as the youngest female artist on the Hot 100 chart. She appeared on the song Protector on mom's new album, Cowboy Carter. People record from her older sister Blue Ivy. She was on 2019's Brown Skin Girl. Still ahead. Okay, Bon Jovi, that's all well and good, but while workday nap could do you good, we'll have that plus traffic and weather next on Tech and Winds at 92.3 FM.
I'm Henry Wilson. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I love my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. This struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision.
Yep.
Like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark.
In New York, you just never know. Is that fair to say?
Yep.
New York is different than D.C. Not necessarily Democrat, Republican, but level of insanity on this issue. D.C. is completely insane. 100 jury verdicts, Jay's dictate, not a single acquittal. And their rate of conviction.
Good morning, Sally, my dear love Sally. Me love you long time. Good morning, Sally. Good morning, Dr. Ray, Alfred, Robinson.
If you're against this thing,
Yep.
it's a matter of adherence to the Constitution.
No school tomorrow.
Feel dishonest if you vote.
No school tomorrow for the kids. It's the Eid holiday, the Muslim holiday Eid. No school tomorrow. Start with Little Eye.
Indesa, GR,
Modus operandi dismissed. And what he's done twice before.
Ayos bag.
What?
You put the whole Cheerio in Ayos bag.
Yeah, what do you mean?
You know the whole pack of Cheerio?
Yeah, put some. Yeah.
No, what do you mean? You put some on the
head to your
pack?
Wait.
pickup on W22nd
Wait.
Street.
1 second. Well, I put some in, in her lunchbox.
And then where's the other pack?
Turn right on West 22nd
In the kitchen.
Street, then pick up Ryan.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah.
We get into a category with countries that should be criticized by the United Nations for having in part fascist.
Head to your drop-off at John A. Paulson Center.
Mercer's.
Let's take 5th Avenue, Mercer Street, Manhattan. Arrival time on this route is similar to Park Avenue South, Broadway, Manhattan. In 900 feet, turn right on 5th Avenue.
All right, tell Teddy and the folks I say hello when you get back. And I'm coming down from New Hampshire, and I saw 4 trucks not going. Is that true? And nobody lives there. 800 people live in Pittsburgh, New Hampshire. And how many fire signs have you seen? I think I saw one burning. One guy got so annoyed, let's go Brandon. He burned him because he thought people might take it seriously.
Turn right on 5th Avenue.
Good back, Rudy. There he is. The esteemed mayor, the great Rudy Giuliani, who also did a terrific job on this station. 3 p.m. every
Estimated time in traffic, 7 minutes.
My friend, the mayor. Well, he sounded like a complete crazy person. What is this video that he wants me to watch with Asian Teddy? Have a good time. I feel good when it more. Keep it right here.
So if it's at the meeting,
Police have no motive for the gunfire. They say they'll arrest the boy. It's going to be okay. NYPD cops continue to search for the creep who shoved a senior citizen off a flight of stairs outside a Jamaica Queens church.
someone, I guess, was following her and just pushed her all the way to the ground, the floor. With such force. The people that were around, the parishioners that saw it, or afterwards when they were coming, they came out to help because I was in the altar.
That's the head priest at St. Demetrius Greek Orthodox Church. The woman in critical condition, but doctors say she's doing better today. The jerk who attacked her grabbed her purse, took off in a waiting car. Police have made no arrests. A teacher in Stamford, Connecticut, arrested after 12 elementary school students say they were inappropriately touched by him. Police say 33-year-old Andrew Park is a teacher and a girls' basketball coach at Strawberry Hill Elementary.
These are students that he's had a lot of trust with, and those are the main patterns that we've noticed.
Prosecutors say Park grabbed the backside of the young girls. His family, including his wife, bailed him out of jail yesterday. If convicted, will likely face prison time. Former President Trump will not get the change of venue he wanted for his upcoming hush money trial. An appeals court also said they believe he'll get a fair trial here in the city. Trump charged with falsifying business records in an effort to cover up an alleged sexual encounter with porn star Stormy Daniels. That trial's set to start next week. The eclipse is history. This morning, one of the bigger Google searches, though, is hurt eyes, suggesting many Americans decided to stare into the sky yesterday without their glasses on. Doctors say most who have eye irritation this morning will have it go away in a day or two, and if it doesn't, they say, well, come and see us. Your forecast from the Ramsey Mazda Weather Center: sun, clouds today, warmer, high 73. 9:15 now. Let's head over to the 77 WABC Sports Desk and Justin Allen.
Thank you, Noah Layden. Support sponsored by Pete Morgan and Peerless Boilers. Go to peerlessboilers.com, PlainTexas.com. I'm dealing near you. There are the world's best built boilers out in Glendale, Arizona last night for the NCAA Men's Basketball National Championship. Between two remaining one seeds in UConn and Purdue, UConn ultimately pulls out the 75-60 win over the Boilermakers, winning their second straight men's national championship and becoming the first team to go back-to-back since Florida in 2006 and 2007. Nothing to get to on the professional hardwood in the NBA, but we got Knicks basketball to look forward to tonight in Chicago. Tip-off there for the Knickerbockers against the Bulls is scheduled for 8 p.m. at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Juan Soto and Anthony Volpe each hit 3-run homers in the fourth inning. Up Jesus Luzardo, and the Yankees rocked over the Miami Marlins 7-0 game 2 of 3 for the Yanks against the Fish. Is set for tonight at 7:05 p.m. with the lefty Carlos Rodon set to take the hill. In Atlanta, T.J. Stewart hit a go-ahead 2-run homer in the 8th inning. Brandon Nimmo drove in 5 runs, 4 hits, including 2 home runs, and the Mets held on to the Braves 8-7.
In 1,000 feet, turn left on Washington Square North.
Go head-to-head in Elmont tonight. Puck drop there is scheduled for 7 p.m. The Rangers are top in the East with 110 points in 4th place. The Isles with the home line to go for the 7.
Store Marlboro and enjoy special limited time financing on all in-stock models. I'm Joe Nolan with traffic on Talk Radio St. Louis, WABC, station built just for you.
Turn left on Washington Square North.
New York opinions.
That is the stupidest, dumbest, most idiotic idea I ever heard of.
In 900 feet, turn right on Mercer Street.
Talk Radio 77 WABC and WABCRadio.com.
This hour of Sid and Friends in the Morning is sponsored by the New York law firm of Kreindler and Kreindler.
No, I get by with a little help from my friend. Hey, Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
We are the sound of the city that never sleeps. The all-new WABCRadio.com and the 77 WABC app. Log on, download, get more. Talk Radio 77 WABC. Talk Radio 77
Turn right on Mercer Street.
Entertaining and informative.
This is Sid and Friends in the Morning.
77 WABC.
All right, let's start with the Hudson River crossing. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. We still got accidents on the inbound Georgia upper blocking the right and center lanes on the span. Not good. We finally got the number down to an inbound upper level wait of 35 to 40 minutes, and this is probably going to change that number. The inbound Georgia lower is a half an hour from 8095 locals. From the Palisades, it's 30. From the Route 4 and Route 46 approaches, actually, it's 30 minutes as well. And the outbound Georgia upper and lowers are looking at 15 minutes with now construction on the outbound Georgia lower level. The inbound Lincoln and Holland tunnels are 35 to 40. New Jersey, northbound Route 18 at Route 1 in New Brunswick, we've got a disabled tractor trailer. This poor guy broke down the center lane. Westbound 22 east of 78 has got a down traffic signal blocking the right, and 78 is your alternate there. And the westbound New Jersey Turnpike Newark Bay extension approaching 14 for Newark has got an accident that they are moving over to the shoulder. If you're traveling Long Island, westbound LIE at exit 43 still has an accident there. LIRR is honor close. Matter of fact, the subways are honor close as well. Subways are doing great this time around. Traffic is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Our next report is 9:31. I'm Karen Stewart. Temperature winds on 93.3 FM.
Find tropical favorites at Whole Foods Market. Save on Decapalm citrus for $3.49 per pound with time through April 16th. Try turning this bursting citrus into a tangy mocktail for your spring soiree. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Chaotic scene on board a city bus in Fordham Heights where a 60-year-old man was stabbed in the head with a screwdriver.
The victim, apparently slapping his legs with his hands, according to other bus riders, was air drumming to music when this stranger, apparently irked by all of this somehow, went on the attack. The victim then on the ground bleeding badly, other passengers tending to him.
It's sad that we not even safe in a bus.
A woman from the bus speaking there to CBS 2. Now, as for that victim, rushed over to St. Barnabas, where he was stitched up and eventually released and recovering at home. As for the suspect in his 20s, ran off the bus, last seen running down Marion Avenue. Glenn Shuck, 1010 Winds, 92.3 FM, Fordham Heights, the Bronx.
An 11-year-old now in the hospital after being shot in the arm. That happened at the Brownsville houses where this neighbor tells CBS 2.
When I heard the gunshot, I ran in the hallway. I thought it was my brother, but it was him. So I took him from the stairs, and we kind of dragged him in the house. And I took my sweater and I wrapped it around his wound, just held it, and then I ran downstairs.
You've arrived at your destination.
Here is good.
Oh,
you go across
the street. Okay. No word yet what happened. There was a fatal shooting last night in Brownsville. That was outside.
Thank you. Have a good day. Good luck. Take care.
A man in his 50s was shot in the back. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. A 41-year-old man also took a bullet. He is stable. Witnesses tell the Daily News both men got out of separate cars right before the gunfire started, while a third man was seen running off. There is also word that this may have been drug-related.
Get a bullet.
An Idaho team busted
Bullet.
on behalf of ISIS.
The FBI arrested the man on Saturday before.
Bullet.
18-year-old Alexander Scott
Alexa, good morning.
Just a moment. Try to connect to your phone.
Planning to attack people attending churches in Idaho. According to the charging documents, his attack plan involved using flame-covered weapons, explosives, knives, a machete, a pipe, and ultimately firearms. Investigators believe Mercurio may have been motivated by the attack last month in Russia, where an ISIS group took responsibility for killing 144 people at a concert hall complex near Moscow.
Ex-correspondent Christian Cordero, Mercurio facing 20 years in prison if convicted. Yeah, you could be due as much as $500 from the retail giant. That's part of a $45 million settlement in a class action lawsuit over allegations that Walmart overcharged
Alexa,
for certain items.
good morning.
Specifically, the
Sorry,
train was
Echo
accused of
Auto
falsely
lost
inflating the
connection
price
with the
of certain
Alexa
items
app.
sold by
When
weight
you can
and then
safely do so,
including them in
open the
discounted
app to
rollbacks.
continue.
Walmart settled but denied
Alexa, wake up.
wrongdoing.
Sorry, Echo Auto lost connection with the Alexa app. When you can safely do so, open the app to continue.
Alexa, good morning.
Sorry, Echo Auto lost connection with the Alexa app. When you can safely do so, open the app to continue.
Fast begins tonight at sundown, marking the end of Ramadan and Muslim travel. To all those celebrating, speed trap reported ahead.
Ramadan. Alexa, maybe cast. Alexa, wake up.
Sorry, Echo Auto lost connection with the Alexa app. When you can safely do so, open the app to
Alexa,
continue.
stop.
Today, can't nobody tell them nothing, except happy birthday.
Catnap. Alexa, catnap.
When you can safely do so, open the app to continue.
Who largely felt their education did a pretty good job. Small business owners are nervous over where things are headed. Optimism fell to a more than 11-year low in March as sales expectations slumped and inflation remains a major concern. The National Federation of Independent Business Sentiment Index slipped to a reading of 88.5. That's the lowest since the end of 2012. Ahead of the bell, S&P futures are moving up 16 points. NASDAQ up 87. Dow futures gaining 35. Bloomberg Money Watch at 26 and 56 past every hour. I'm Steve Potus for 1010 wins at 92.3 FM. Looking for a pre-owned car? Don't go somewhere with a limited selection and buy a car that's not quite what you wanted. Go where they'll likely have exactly what you want. Nature World. Nature World of Long Island City, our huge lot is filled with quality pre-owned cars that people actually want. Toyotas, Hondas, SUVs, plus the price you negotiate is what you'll pay. So for the pre-owned car you want, come to the all-new Nature World. Bigger than ever. Nature World! 2321 and Long Island City, Queens. Call 1-800-NATURE-AUTO or go to natureworld.com. Doorbusters are here during Spring Fest at Lowe's. Happening now while supplies last. Right now, save $600 on a Media refrigerator with exterior ice and water. And save $50 on the Allen & Roth Harlow Center Set Bath Faucet. Now just $49. Don't miss out on our best savings for spring, because Lowe's knows home improvement. Levels are 4-inch. Appliances pricing includes all discounts. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for energy and morale. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Right now at Macy's, it's time for a spring refresh. Shop our great shoe sale and save 30 to 40% off Tommy Hilfiger, Madden Girl, and more top names. And take 35 to 70% off during our diamond sale for a little sparkle that goes with everything. Plus, get our lowest prices of the season with 20 to 60% off furniture, mattresses, and more specials. Download the app for even more great deals at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Don't let foot pain stop you from enjoying life. Visit the Good Feet store today for a free fitting and test walk and experience the Good Feet feeling for yourself.
All right, a fabulous day on tap, and then frankly, it's a little downhill from there. But let's focus on today, shall we? Mostly sunny, really warm. We could hit 75 in the city, 80 in some inland suburbs, and cooler on Long Island. You'll stay in the 60s. Right now, 58 degrees and sunny, and we'll get the 4-day from AccuWeather and Dean DeVore in just 2 minutes. Good morning, I'm Susan Richard. Wind News Time, 9:30.
There's the opening bell on Wall Street. S&P futures were higher by 19 points. Right now, the Dow Industrials are ahead 93. Lock it into 10-10 wins. For Bloomberg Money Watch reports at 56 and 26 past every hour. I'm Steve Curtis for Opinion Wins at 93 FM.
A very good Tuesday morning. I'm Scott Cranford. President Biden announcing a new student loan plan yesterday that could slash the debt for tens of millions of Americans. The plan canceling up to $20,000 for borrowers who, because of interest, now owe more than they borrowed. Biden administration officials reportedly believe the narrow plan will survive legal challenges.
This is something that maybe this is going to resonate with young people who are coming out of college, who have all of that student loan debt. And especially at a time when a lot of his supporters, these young progressive voters, are really frustrated with his administration over its handling of the war in the Middle East. So they're really hoping that student loans are something that's going to resonate with them, something that's going to stick with them when they go to the ballot boxes in November.
Correspondent Selena Wong. The Wind News Time 9:31. Traffic and transit on the ones Tuesday morning. How's it looking out there, Karen Stewart?
Well, I've got good news, believe it or not, about the outbound Kiwanis. Yeah, it's clear. The accident that was there since 5:28 this morning, gone. Prospect Expressway, a lot of good at Simmons, right? We've got delays on the westbound Southern Street that start at Queens Boulevard. No, they started on the Boulevard, actually, and they go down into the area south of the Prospect Expressway. It's spinning out right through Williamsburg there on the westbound beach. That's about it. It's really heavy for the rest of the hour. It's also spinning out at the southbound Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. The inbound BQE eastbound is delayed from Fort Hamilton Parkway, leaving Atlantic Avenue and engine on your way out to the Brooklyn Bridge. Now, if you're traveling the inbound Kingston Tunnel, you can check what we know about the bridges and tunnels. It's very busy from Maurice Avenue and Knoxville on the westbound LIE. And 59th Street Bridge is heavy, particularly from Queens Boulevard, although there are delays from Northern Boulevard too. They are pace moderate. The Queensbound, Broadneck, and Whitestone bridges have some moderate traffic too. And over the Hudson River, 40 to the inbound George Upper with that accident blocking the right center lane gone. Inbound George Lower is 30 from the Palisades, Route 4, and Route 46. It's 25 to 30 as well. The outbound George 15, the inbound Midland Holland. So far, it looks great.
It's time that you live the life that you've always thought about, the one that you deserve. Please contact us today at 718-816-0005 in connection with your divorce or child custody matters. Walk with confidence.
Listen every Wednesday to Sit in Friends in the Morning for the weekly Tunnel to Towers Foundation update. Hear how your dollars help America's heroes. Never forget 9/11. Donate $11 a month at T, the number 2,
Yep.
.org.
endorsing small positions of WABC Radio, its management, or its sponsors.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
This is Sid and Fred in the morning.
77 WABC.
So there's this media website that Jason Barrett started, and a lot of you know what it is, even though you're not in the media profession. And it's called Barrett News Media. And they've got a website, and they come out with stuff that happens in the media every day. Every day. But what I've noticed, and you have now too, because I keep figuring this out, is while there's how many radio stations and radio hosts choose from? Thousands. For some reason, when you go to Barrett News Media site, which is viewed by a lot of people, a lot of folks, I'm almost always on it. They've got some guy, or more than one, listening to this show almost every day. Because, and I think you'd agree with this, Justin, I don't have the exact stats, but I'll say an average of 3 or 4 times a week, they write a column about something that I said on this show. No doubt, I get it. I just forward it to me every time. Right. Within minutes of it being posted on there, that what you say it's about 4 to 4 times a week. It's a huge conference on this big-time media company. Without a doubt. So they wrote this yesterday, throwing it to Michael Goodman. Sid Rosenberg, I started trend of news talk shows going to Israel, which they just basically take what I say on this show and put it in print, you know. So it says that I said last winter I was going to take this show to Israel after October the 7th, and I did it. This guy goes on to say many other news talk radio hosts like Salem Radio Network's Mike Gallagher, never heard of him, and 93 WIBC's Tony Katz, never heard of him, have taken subsequent trips to the Middle East after Rosenberg hosted a week of shows from the Jewish state the final week of January. Goes on to say that I said we went, it was a big deal. Brian Timmons talked about it, Mark Levin, Jesse Waters. I did radio, I did TV, it's all true. And then he said that my plan is to take the show back to Israel October the 7th for the 1-year commemoration, which I am going to do. I may go to Israel this summer just to hang out. Netanya, Haifa, some beach, one community. Come with me in July, bro. I may do that. But I will take the show back 1 year later, because on this show, at least if you listen to all 4 hours every day, while we talk a lot about Trump and Biden and Mayor Adams and Hochul and sports and all that stuff, we have not let up even a little on the Israel situation. And I stand by what I said back on October the 9th. I was the first to say it. I was. Biden is a creep. He is not pro-Israel. He's never been pro-Israel, dating back to his fights with Menachem Begin, ever. Anthony Blinken is a traitor and an anti-Semite. All these guys, Kirby, Sullivan, I don't trust any of them. And if you really paid attention the last 6 months and you feel differently, you're either naive or stupid and closer to the latter. And Michael Goodwin has been doing an extraordinary job of writing columns pointing out what a horrible job these guys are doing. This latest one, Joe Biden keeps on delivering a dangerous, two-faced approach with Israel. It's nothing new, but I'm glad that at least Michael Goodwin has the balls to write about it. Here he is, the aforementioned Michael Goodwin. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Sid.
You'll agree that from the very, very beginning, I was very, very, very critical of Biden, this administration, and really Democrats when it comes to Israel, especially what I saw from Donald Trump over his last 4 years. And you have to agree with that, yes?
Oh, absolutely.
And you would also agree, which you would about most recently, that as the weeks continue, you'd like to put some faith in Joe Biden, but he's doing nothing to make us feel like Israel is really important to him.
Well, look, I think that the changes in Biden's approach to Israel is what I am most troubled by. I think in the beginning, there was this October, 19th, I think, or 18th, he visited 11 or so days after the October 7th massacre. And he brought all kinds of military goodies and promises. And just by showing up there, I thought there was a kind of symbolic issue involved. But as the war goes on, and as the international pressure grows, and as the domestic political pressure grows on him, he has reverted to, I think, the ultimate person he is, which is a weak person. And so he is, I think, walking away from Israel step by step, not all at once, but gradually. And I think the result of that is you see in the world now Israel is increasingly isolated, and America is the last friend that it can be counted on of any significance. And that abstention from the resolution at the Security Council calling for a ceasefire was a huge leap. His threat to Netanyahu that American aid depended on Israel's conduct vis-a-vis civilians in Gaza, I think all of these are signs that the break is very near. And Joe Biden wants a ceasefire now, stop it now. The White House is very careful about what it leaks. And it only leaks damaging things about Israel, critical things from the Bidens about Israel. Blinken, in the Mideast last week, said that Israel was risking becoming indistinguishable from Hamas. Now imagine that.
Yeah.
Indistinguishable from Hamas.
Unreal.
And the problem, there are two problems with all of this. First of all, so much of the criticism around the world and from America is anti-Semitic at its heart. And Biden has never said a word about that. He has never come out. So over the weekend, you had people chanting "Death to America" in Michigan. "Death to America" in Michigan. Did Joe Biden say, "I disavow you people. I don't want your support"? No, he said nothing. He said nothing.
They also chanted "Death to Israel," both. But yes.
Of course. But as I point out in the column, this is ultimately about Iran. And Israel is the little Satan to Iran. America is the great Satan. So when you betray Israel, you are betraying Israel to Iran, but you are killing your own canary, because we cannot separate ourselves from Israel when it comes to Islamic Jihad and think that we won't be next. And that to me is the great, not only tragedy, but the stupidity of Biden's behavior. Does he really think if we give them Israel, that'll be enough? I mean, that seems to be his thinking, that if I can separate from Israel, the anti-Semites in America will vote for me, and Iran will leave us alone. You know, Sid, this did not get a lot of attention, which is why I included in my column. Just recently, the White House gave Iran another waiver on sanctions so it could draw down money we had frozen.
That's correct.
Under the sanctions.
That's right.
Just in the middle of the war.
Yeah, I know.
That Iran has started. I mean, it's as Tim Scott and a bunch of other Republican senators wrote to the White House, this is unfathomable.
Yeah. Well, listen,
in the middle of the war, you give them more money?
This goes back to the only fight you and I have ever had, when I called Biden complicit. But forgetting about using that word, I said he was part of an administration, Obama and Kerry, and he was fervent in trying to fix the Iran relationship. And now he wins the presidency. It didn't take him 4 days to call John Kerry in his office to try to fix the Iran relationship. Forget about the $60 billion, whatever he did. He sent it back to them, billion, whatever it was, weeks before the war. So when I say to you, way back when, he's complicit because of Iran, and we disagree on the word, what you can't disagree with is it's virtually impossible to aid prior and even now current to any business with Iran and be pro-Israel at the same time. It can't be both.
Look, I think that's fundamentally true, but there are points at which there are different which were say, perspectives or complexities. So Iran is big in the sense of our relations with Saudi Arabia, our relations with other Arab countries, our concerns about Jordan. So I think when you get into all of those complexities, you do have to look at Iran not separate from Israel, but in the context also of these other issues, these other countries. I mean, for example, the 3 Americans who were killed in an attack were killed in Jordan by supposedly an Iraqi or a Syrian group aligned with Iran. So it cuts across so many borders. And, you know, I mean, Egypt, why does Egypt not want the refugees from Gaza? Because of Hamas. Hamas is just like, and really was cousins to, the Muslim Brotherhood. And Egypt had its belly full of the Muslim Brotherhood under the Obama administration. And no coincidence there. And so it does not want to risk, the same way Jordan will not take Gazan refugees, because it had its own problems with the Palestinian Liberation Organization. Remember Yasser Arafat, all of that. Yep. So each of these countries has an issue with what's going on, and America, I think, has to, that's why you have to look at Iran as the central pillar of everything. It's not just the Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas. It's all of them, because they all trace back to Iran. And so for Biden to try to be making nice with Iran now, particularly now, I think it's just ridiculous. I mean, you're shooting yourself in both feet.
When you say ridiculous and being nice, it's actually dangerous. And that brings me to this question. And I'm assuming you think neither one is doing a good job. If not stand corrected, don't read it correctly. I'm assuming you think neither one is doing a good job. Who's doing worse? Joe Biden with the country, or Eric Adams with this city?
That's a tough one. Well, I would say this, Biden's been at it longer.
Who do you have more confidence? Well, Biden's going to lose to Trump anyway. And listen, Adams, maybe a one-term mayor too. Do you have any confidence either one can fix their responsibility?
Look, I think Adams is fundamentally flawed in different ways than Biden is. I think Eric Adams...
Let's go. You've arrived at your destination.
I think is a big mistake. Look, I think it's touch and go for him in terms of a second term. I think the question is only who are the opponents? Who else, particularly in the Democratic primary?
Well, I'll give you one right now. And don't listen to anybody else. They're going to tell you he's running for governor, he's running for Senate. Listen to me. Just trust me, okay? Former Governor Andrew Cuomo.
I'm not surprised.
And the latest poll we had was Curtis. Cuomo was beating Adams by 31 points.
Look, I mean, Cuomo, I think the big test for Cuomo, assuming he does run, and I think it's more likely than not, bears remembering, Sid, that he was balanced because, of course, the sexual allegations, the harassment allegations, and because of the nursing homes. But to me, the defining issue of all of that was not a single person stepped forward to defend him. And that sense that he had burned every bridge, that he had no friends, I think that weighs really heavily on his ability to succeed in any office. Not necessarily to win, because I think people are looking for somebody who can get things done. And Andrew Cuomo got some things done, no question about that. But if he's going to...
In 300 feet, turn right.
Okay, thank you. You canceled the job before?
By accident, I'm sorry about that.
I was about to leave and then I come back.
Yeah, I will do a good trip pickup and I accepted the cancellation charge. I left my, doesn't matter, it was good to see you. Hi.
It's okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I hope it wasn't too inconvenient.
No, no problem. No
Thank you so
Turn right
much.
on West Street.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Speed trap reported ahead. In a quarter of a mile, turn right on Main Street. Turn right on Main Street. In 900 feet, turn left on Greenwich Street. Turn left on Greenwich Street.
Northern New Jersey, westbound 280 coming into exit 14. An accident that went off in the left lane, but if you're traveling eastbound on Route 10, Old Mount Pleasant Avenue, apparently a truck fire there. That's in the process of being cleared up and out of the way. We're also looking at delays on the westbound side of Route 22 just before you get out towards I-78. That's in Annandale and Hunterdon County. Down traffic lights, so that's causing some problems. Also on Route 440 in Middlesex County on the southbound side, right at the turnpike, an accident off on the shoulder. And mass transit at this point running on or close to schedule. If you're looking for a luxury vehicle at a great value, consider a certified pre-owned Jaguar sedan or SUV from Ray Cattina. Choose a wide selection of Ray Cattina Jaguar Medicine or Jaguar Marlboro and enjoy special limited time financing on all in-stock models.
You going to the airport later?
Train station. Yeah, train to Boston.
And the following stories of the news and what people are talking about with a positive viewpoint. You know, Kate Middleton's recent cancer diagnosis is now shedding light
side behind this car.
Thank you so much.
Oh, sure. Oh, you gotta win. Delivery.
Dolce Aesthetics will give you your new spring cleanup, making you look younger and refreshed. Just go see my dear friend Jen. Dolce Aesthetics is known for giving many people the look they want and deserve. My dear friend Jen does everything from non-invasive, non-surgical treatments, Botox, fillers, cellulite reduction, laser hair removal, facials, and so much more. Dolce Aesthetics and Jen's work is really top-notch. She has a huge following of very happy repeat customers, like me, my beautiful wife Danielle, and plenty of my listeners. If your desire is to sculpt and mold your body, she can do that too. So take charge of how you look right now and make yourself feel better and look younger. Jen has beautiful, welcoming, convenient locations in Howard Beach, Glendale, Brooklyn, and Oceanside. Dolce AestheticsNY.com. That's DOLCE AestheticsNY.com. And tell Jen, of course, Sid sent you.
Apple Store.
This is 77 WABC Newsroom Extra.
A local name change to help travelers could wind up confusing them. That's the argument from San Francisco International Airport.
Talked to other airlines, and a lot of the people that we're talking to are having a similar reaction, and that is, let's properly portray, let's accurately represent the region that each airport is serving.
That's Doug Yackel from San Francisco International. The concern is if Oakland renames the city San Francisco Bay Oakland International Airport, then passengers could book a flight thinking they're going to one location only to wind up in another. Port of Oakland, which runs the Oakland Airport, says a name change would help reflect the regional location of the East Bay Airport. However, State Senator Scott Weiner, in a post on X, says Oakland's airport should not be cutting and pasting San Francisco International Airport into its name.
It would be confusing to have two airports with San Francisco. I think I would probably figure it out, but I think I would be confused if I was not from this area.
I'm Bob Brown for 77 WABC News.
Bryant Park folks are real New York. It's the 9 o'clock hour. You know what that means, folks. My guy Pete Morgan, PeerlessBoilers.com, PavilionTankless.com. They do build the world's best boilers.
Hi, I'm Brian Toomey. Welcome to your Tunnel to Towers Foundation New York Minute. Go to T2T.org right now. Place just $11 a month in this great organization. Feel better about yourself that you're doing it. They help us and sponsor this, so you help them. Meanwhile, New York appeals court denies Donald Trump's last-minute motion to delay his hush money trial, setting up a jury selection for next Monday. You're not going to believe some of these questions. A New York City owner of a $1.1 million house a little upset because squatters have taken it over. They won't leave. He's afraid of them. And they also almost burned the place down. Cost $900,000 worth of damage. They still can't get him out. A Bronx gangbanger has racked up 9 arrests this year alone. Santiago, they said there's no reason to lock them up. That's what kind of city we are running right now. Maybe one, they are now not trying to be difficult. It's the information you're providing. It's not pulling up anything.
Watch it from 10 to noon on 7/7 WABC. This has been
I'm sorry, you said that if you knew where I was at, you'd come and kick my ass.
Who's there for heroes or their families when a service member or their first responder dies or is catastrophically injured?
I just want to confirm the address on your account is going to be 118 Main Street. Do you mind placing on hold just a moment? Thank you so much.
Never forget the sacrifices of our nation's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Dalton Towers at t2t.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
Hi, what was that you were saying on the phone? Ma'am, I promise I'm not trying to be difficult.
Siri, call my job. Siri.
I'm not calling shit.
What'd you say?
I said I'm not calling shit.
Hey guys, you guys gotta be careful. So you know how you go to the cashier and it has a tap to pay. You can just take your debit card out, pay it, you tap it, it pays it. Your credit card, tap it, it pays it. That reader, what's in your pocket or your wallet in your purse. So the young man said he went to, the cashier rung up his items, and then the receipt popped out. He said he was in the process of getting his wallet out. He hadn't even pulled it out. The receipt popped up. It was paid. And so he said, how's that? I haven't even paid you yet. And the cashier was looking at him dumbfounded. She was like, I don't know. It says it's paid in full. So he said he even thought that maybe it went on the person that was in front of him on their credit card by mistake. Come to find out, that tap to pay scanner charged his credit card, not even the one he was going to use, charged his credit card for those items that was in his wallet. There was a lady who said hers was in her purse. She had her debit card in her hand to pay. The receipt came out. When she looked on the receipt, it said her credit card in her purse paid the items. That's scary. And some of us don't even pay attention.
זוג נסעו ברכב, הדליקו את הווייז. הבעל שמע כל הזמן את הווייז ולא הסיח את דעתו מהווייז. האישה אומרת לו, הלוואי שתשמע לי כמו שאתה שומע על הווייז. אמר לה, אם תעשי 3 דברים כמו של הווייז, אני מבטיח לך חיים מאושרים. 1. תמיד אומרת בעוד 500 מטרים פני ימינה. לגבר קשה לעשות כאן ועכשיו את הדברים. הוא צריך פרח. זמן להקד את הדברים. בעוד 500 מטרים פני ימינה. 2. גם כשהגבר פנה שמאלה במקום ימינה, היא לא אומרת לו, אמרתי לך ימינה, מה אתה עושה שמאלה? בשקט. מחשב מסלול מחדש. הגבר יודע שהוא עשה טעות, את לא צריכה לחדד לו, אמרתי לך? והדבר השלישי, גם שהוא עשה את כל הטעויות האפשרויות, היה קשה למישהו אחרים, איך להגיע, בזבז טנק שלם של דלק. בסוף, היא אומרת, הגעת ליד. מילה טובה. מפרגון. זוג נסעו ברכב, הדליקו את הווייז.
מה ביקשתי? דליברי.
Will not be asked if they like him. They'll be asked.
Code 500 for 15% off your first purchase. Love it or return it for free. That's LUMEdeodorant.com, code 500 to save 15% today.
Leave a note on the fridge or put it in your calendar and make sure you listen to the Rob Astorino Show. This and every Saturday afternoon at 4, brought to you by Black Mountain Capital, your mortgage and real estate finance experts. I'll get you caught up on the big issues, chat with great guests, and I'll take your calls. You're all pent up and need to let it out. I know, me too. The Rob Astorino Show, Saturday afternoons at 4, only on the Voice of New York, 710 WOR.
Nice afternoon here with sunshine in the forecast at 76. Clouds rolling in tonight. A late night shower, low 51. Cloudy tomorrow. Shower during the day. High tomorrow 62. Better chance of showers on Thursday, with Thursday's high 61. Rain, maybe a rumble of thunder Friday's high in the mid-60s. Sunshine this hour, 65 WOR.
It's 10:06 and that's our news. Your next update at 10:30. Breaking news at 1. I'm Jacqueline Carl on 710 WOR and NBC News radio station.
710 WOR's Mr. New York, Mark Simone.
Hey, we got a lot to get to. The eclipse. We'll get to Joe Biden caught in another big lie. We'll get to Donald Trump. Hey, this chef, Jose Andres. I take back everything I said yesterday. I was sort of giving him a little slack here. He's a bad guy. We'll get to him. We'll get to him. We'll get to the new parking meters. I don't like this at all. We'll get to the eclipse, of course. We'll get a lot to talk about today. So the only good thing about this eclipse being over, you don't have to hear that Bonnie Tyler song again. You know that Bonnie Tyler song, when was that from? Early 80s, late 70s, something like that? Total Eclipse of My Heart, or whatever that song was. Yesterday becomes the most downloaded song, something like 1 billion downloads. Apparently, people can't just watch the eclipse, but you must put together an eclipse playlist to watch it with. Now, we have several million people in the tri-state area asking me, what the hell do I do with these glasses now? Well, you could keep them as some sort of souvenir. You could frame them. You could, I don't know, but asking the experts, they say you can donate the glasses. Believe it or not, there are organizations that would like you to donate the glasses to them. There's one called Astronomers Without Borders. I'm not kidding. It's an actual organization. Somebody with too much free time, apparently a number of people have joined Astronomers Without Borders. They would like the used glasses. You can donate it to them. Some people say you can save it for the next eclipse. They'll work for the next eclipse. That's not till 2045. So that's 21 years from now. Can you imagine that early 2045, you go, where the hell did I put those glasses? You're trying to remember where you put these 21 years ago. You can throw them away. City is asking, if you do throw them away, punch out the glass part, the lens part. I'm not doing all this. This is like this recycling. Got to take this out, put this here, do this here. Nobody's doing all that. Just, you know what? Save them for a while till everybody forgets about it. Then you can throw them out. It's over. We got a lot of it. We apparently had to be in a certain place to get 100%, and then it was breathtaking. But you just go online. You can see all the pictures. You can see what it looked like. Donald Trump lost a bunch of court cases yesterday. He wanted to delay the trial, the criminal trial, although no crime has been identified in this trial by Alvin Bragg. Motion to delay, denied. Working on change of venue. That's a pretty logical thing. A change of venue makes a lot of sense. It's pretty clear here. There's no way on earth he could get a fair trial. You got the district attorney, Alvin Bragg, who would like to choke Donald Trump to death. And even he turned down this case originally because he couldn't find anything criminal here. So the Biden administration sent a hitman from Washington, a guy named Callahan from the Justice Department. You know, one of these like Jack Smith, dirty, rough, like assassin-type prosecutors to go after political opponents. They sent him in, leaves the big job in the Justice Department of Washington to join the little district attorney's office here. Why? To run this case. So he's like a guy who would love to stab Trump right in the heart. And the judge is just drooling with hatred of Donald Trump. So does this sound like you can get a fair trial here? Not to mention the judge's own family is profiting off the case. His daughter, a big Democratic fundraiser activist, is using the case in her fundraising. And she gets a commission of the fundraising, so she's personally profiting off the case. Does this sound like you can get a fair trial? I don't think so. I mean, if this doesn't fit the exact requirements for change of venue, I don't know what the hell would, but we'll see what happens. There are somewhere in Trump world, somebody who knows how to do all this stuff is putting together a great documentary on these 4 trials, exposing the total corruption of the prosecutors. This should be a pretty good documentary when it comes out. I mean, you're not going to be seeing it on MSNBC, and it'll never get mentioned in the mainstream news. And probably the fact checkers will suddenly come out of their grave to do something. But anyway, hey, where are those fact checkers? And where have they been? They went on strike as soon as Biden became president. And Biden tells a huge lie yesterday, which he's told before. Can't believe he gets away with this. He's back with it. Now, here's the problem. Biden has lost a lot of the base of the Democratic Party. You can't win without your base. He lost the workers, the factory workers, the blue-collar workers. They've all moved over to Trump. He's losing the black vote like crazy. If a Republican hits 9% in the black vote, it's very tough for a Democrat to win. Trump is now at 32%. He could win this. So Biden, he's also lost the younger voters. Their big issue is student loans. That's why this fake pay the student loan thing back.
Well, a college degree still is a ticket to the middle class. That ticket's becoming much too expensive.
Yeah, what a speech. It's really riveting. He knows how to really fire up a crowd.
By freeing millions of Americans from this crushing debt of student debt, it means they can finally get on with their lives instead of their life being put on hold.
So, in the middle of all this, he tells a touching story about how he's the first person in his family to go to college. Except it's not true. It's a total lie. His parents went to college. His grandparents went to college. Everybody in his family went to college. It's an out-and-out lie. Now, here's the ridiculous part. Back in, I guess it was the 80s, first time he ran for president, he told the same lie about how he was the first person in my family ever to go to college. Well, he got caught. It got exposed. He didn't care. Tell him the same lie again. You hear from the fact checkers about this today? They're all stuck. They're all left. Here's Biden. Okay. Trump lies about his car. Lies about his biography, about his background. He makes up these fake
stay.
Remember the one about the train conductor, Charlie? Told this unbelievable story. You know, 1,000,000 miles on the Amtrak, and Charlie came over and gave him a special award. They hugged, they kissed. It was so the Secret Service had tears in their eyes. I had tears in my eyes when I heard the story. Then they checked that Charlie had retired 25 years before this story supposedly happened. The story again a month later. He's lying because he knows fake news will cover for him. The fact checkers will cover for him. So they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do about Trump. These criminal trials, not only are they not working, they're boosting Trump in the polls. People are sick of this stuff. First of all, you got 2 problems with Democrats right now. In the general public's eye, they don't like this lawlessness, total lawlessness, border wide open, chaos, lawlessness. They don't like their streets suddenly filled with crime. They don't like all the criminals let out of jail, total lawlessness. They don't like this squatter thing. Where squatters can take over your house and you have no rights. It's just total chaos and lawlessness. People don't like this. Then the other thing they're starting to hate about Democrats, modern day, current Democrats, they don't like this iron fist way of ruling. You want to push electric cars, create incentives. Don't just mandate, order people. Order people, Soviet style. You will drive an electric car by 2020. That's it, no choice. Yeah, they always claim they're pro-choice. Meantime, they're going to tell you what car you can drive, what oven you can use, what air conditioner you're allowed to have, what light bulb you're allowed to have. Pro-choice. So this is starting to really get to a lot of people. Hey, you remember Judge Kavanaugh? There was an assassin who was trying to kill Judge Kavanaugh. This was a horrible, horrible, horrible story. Remember Chuck Schumer goes on TV yelling and screaming about Kavanaugh. You're threatening Kavanaugh on television. He said, you've unleashed the whirlwind. You're not going to know what hit you. We're going to get you. This was Schumer. I don't know why he wasn't arrested on the spot for that. But sure enough, a guy shows up outside of Kavanaugh's house to kill him. A guy shows up. He's going to kill Nicholas Roski. He's there. He's 26. He's going to kill Kavanaugh. He brings with him he's got a backpack. He brings with him a Glock pistol, pepper spray, zip ties, a hammer, duct tape, black tactical chest rig and tactical knife, among other items. He's clearly there to kill Kavanaugh. But because of Schumer threatening Kavanaugh, the Supreme Court put security around his house. They were, hiding in places around the house. They were in a car watching. So when this assassin showed up, they grabbed him and they arrested him. You know when this was? 2 years ago. What happened to the guy? Nothing. This current Justice Department is slow walking this case deliberately. Nothing has happened to the guy. It's still unresolved. You remember the January 6th trespassers arrested immediately, sentenced immediately, 20 years in jail, just like that. This guy, they're doing nothing. They don't want to prosecute this case. Apparently now they're talking about some plea deal. They don't want this to come to trial because it'll bring up everything. Schumer's threats to Kavanaugh. It'll clearly show the double standard that was going on. So can you believe it? This guy, because of Biden politics and the corrupt Justice Department, is not yet charged and convicted of anything. Nothing is going on with him. They're going to just take forever on this. So, hey, did you see this story about the poor woman in the Airstream trailer? This is in Massachusetts. The husband and wife and kids, they're in the car pulling the Airstream trailer. She's riding in the trailer as they go along the highway. Well, at some point, the door pops open. She's sucked out into as they're moving real fast on the highway, she dies. So it's a horrible story. But Airstream, the trailer company, puts out a statement saying this should never have happened. I didn't know this. You can't be riding in the Airstream trailer as it's moving. That it's not safe. Well, isn't that part of the fun of having the Airstream? That somebody's got to be driving the car, but others can hang out in the truck. They said not safe. You cannot do it. It's dangerous. Don't do it. So I didn't know that. Hey, this chef Jose Andres, he's trying to be, who are the big chefs in the world? Daniel Boulou and John George and those sort of people. He's trying to become in that league. He did have a restaurant in Spain that once won every award, greatest restaurant in the world, and it apparently was that great. He is that greatest chef at times. Although, like a lot of these guys, once you make that name for yourself, you then open 75 restaurants all over the world. People with money just come out to invest. He's got a restaurant in New York, down in the Ritz-Carlton in Nomad. It's not that great. But that's what happens when you're the greatest chef. Try to open 75 places. The quality control, everything falls apart. It's not that, but he's a nasty guy. Very Trump guy. He had a deal to be in the big hotel in Washington. And then Trump bought it, but then when he pulled out, he would not open in a Trump hotel. Okay, if you're going to be highly partisan, fine. That's okay. It's certainly your right. But this Israel stuff, he organized this aid program, feeding people in Gaza, feeding people in war zone situations. This caravan of aid workers in Gaza are bombed by Israel. They took it for a terrorist group. And this happens all the time. We've done it. The United States has done this dozens and dozens of times. Friendly fire, you hit the wrong target. It happens all the time in every war. It's not unusual. It's a risk you take when you go into a war zone, but his caravan is hit. I can understand him just going crazy over this, but the left is now using him as a prop, parading him around. They had him on the Sunday show for a half hour, yelling and screaming about Israel did it deliberately. Israel targeted his caravan. Israel did it. So it was using him to help pressure Israel to stop the invasion. Although Netanyahu is saying they're going to go back in and do it, but a temporary retreat caused by this Jose Andres. So if anything happens to Israel, you can put a lot of the blame on this guy, this Jose Andres, bad guy. And people that have worked in his aid program are now speaking out, revealing all kinds of things. It was badly run. When it comes to running a philanthropic organization, an aid organization, he may be a great chef, but he's a total amateur at this stuff. It was badly organized, badly run, allegations of sexual harassment in his organization, all kinds of stuff coming out about him. And people are now doubting some of his claims. He claimed he fed something like 10 million people. Nobody's buying that. I mean, look at the caravan they hit. It was 3 cars. How many people could they have been feeding? Hey, by the way, nobody nobody ever points this out. Israel dropped food into Gaza for as aid, relief aid. They dropped food in there, and if you calculate it, there's a video up on the webpage we have up there. It'll show you the actual math. It's enough food to feed everybody in Gaza for 1 year. They have all the food they need, unless Hamas stole it. Didn't give it out, but Israel literally dropped 1 year's supply of food for everybody in Gaza. So, but this Jose Andres, you might want to avoid him, his restaurant from now on. Not a good guy, and he's working very, very hard right now to bring an end to Israel with his speaking out and yelling and screaming and huffing and puffing. Hey, Trump's Truth Social stock took a big, big drop, which is understandable because whenever you have a tech IPO and it just soars the first few days, it always levels off. But in this case, mainstream media went out of its way to badmouth the stock, badmouth the company, CNBC, everybody on the air, every magazine, every newspaper, telling how awful this company is. It's going to lose everything. It's a don't invest. So, of course, it will take a hit. But even with the big hit, Trump's share still worth $3 billion. So at one point, I think it was up to $6.5 billion, but it'll come back up a little. So I figure in the end, it'll be $4 or $5 billion that he makes on it. But right now, he's $3 billion ahead. That's how much he's made just this month on that stock. And check out the webpage if you want to see that video. It'll show you the actual math proving that the Israel haters are wrong. They did drop a 1 year supply of food for everybody in Gaza. Take a look at the video. Just go to 710WOR.com/Mark. 710WOR.com/Mark.
Jesse Kelly. We're well past debt broke. There is no money left, and our debts have piled up 34 trillion in debt. Jesse Kelly, 966 on 710 WOR.
Hang on. I'll find. I don't need it. I don't need a script for My Pillow. My Pillow makes the best pillow in the world. That's what they're best known for. Sold 50 million of them. But they want you to know. But they make a lot of products. They want you to know about all these products. So they're doing this $25 extravaganza right now, where you can try them out. $25. You can get My Pillows, 2-pack set for $25. But you could also get the My Pillow sandals for $25. You can get the 6-pack towel sets, $25. You can get the 4-pack dish towels, that's right, $25. Just use the code WOR and you get all these $25 deals. You can even get the new premium My Pillows with the all-new Giza fabric, any size, $25. Now, this offer is not going to last. It's just right now. So take advantage. Go to mypillow.com, mypillow.com, and to get the special price, use the code WOR.
As one of the world's most celebrated fashion designers, Karl Lagerfeld was renowned for his aspirational and cutting-edge approach to style. His unique vision of Parisian chic comes to America through Karl Lagerfeld Paris, with women's and men's collections including ready-to-wear accessories, shoes, and bags. The fashion house Karl Lagerfeld also offers a range of watches, eyewear, and premium fragrances. Explore the spring collection at KarlLagerfeldParis.com. That's KarlLagerfeldParis.com.
Hey folks, Larry Elder here. You've probably been hearing me endorse Y-Refi for some time now, and yes, it's true. I invest my own money with them. What makes Y-Refi so different from other investments? Let's quickly break it down. Y-Refi offers a secured, collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return up to 10.25%. There is no attack on your principal if you ever need your money back, and you are in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. There are absolutely no fees, and an investment in Y-Refi is an investment in America's future. Simply call 888-Y-REFI24. That's 888-Y-REFI24. And when you call, you will not get a sales pitch. Just the info you need to see if Y-Refi is a better investment option for you. Or log on to investyrefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com, and make sure you tell them Larry Elder sent you.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements. Changing the world one life at a time.
I'm Dr. Michael Strasberg. I'm a dentist, and I've been taking Balance of Nature now for several years. In my practice, we talk to patients about their health, their nutrition, because the healthier you are, the healthier your mouth is. With Balance of Nature, I felt a noticeable difference. I felt better. better. Anytime you can feel better, I don't care what age you're at, you know, that's a big plus. Big plus.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer. And for a limited time, get 35% off your first order, plus $10 off any additional set with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code WOR.
What will be the final word on congestion pricing? While so many New Yorkers leaving the city bring rents down, when will the city do something meaningful to reduce subway crime? You want answers.
We'll get them for you. 710 WOR.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
This is Dr. Stephen Greenberg. Tune in to Nip Talk Weekend Edition every Saturday at 9 p.m. and Sunday at 10 a.m. for everything that you ever wanted to know about beauty, fashion, health, and cosmetic surgery. Or check out our website, greenbergcosmeticsurgery.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. And smiles. That's how we feed good.
I'm Johnny B. Good, the host of the podcast Creating a Con, the story of Bitcoin. This podcast dives deep into the story of Ray Trapani and his company, Centratech. I'll explore how three 20-somethings built a company out of lies, deceit, and greed.
I've been saying since a very young age that I was going to be a millionaire. If someone's like, oh, what's your best way of making money? I'm like, oh, we should start some sort of scheme.
Listen to Creating a Con, the story of Bitcoin, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is The Mark Samo Show on 710 WOR.
Okay, we'll take some calls. 800-321-0710 is the number. 800-321-0710. Let's go to Dave in Chicago. Dave, how you doing?
Good morning, Mark. I'm doing very well, thank you. Mark, I'm very curious here. The revenue from city bikes, bridge tolls, congestion pricing, and so forth. Is most of this money going to either the migrants or the re-election campaigns of Eric Adams or Kathy Hochul?
Well, good question. $12 billion is going to the migrants. $12 billion in city funds. Now, when you say the revenue from this or that, it's all into one big pot. It's all fungible. But $12 billion of taxpayer money is going to these migrants, these illegals who snuck in here, and Eric Adams, for some reason, invited here. What was the other part of the question? Does it go to Eric Adams' campaign? Well, in a way, no, you can't take the city money. But what happens is, although I think it was de Blasio that gave out that city bike contract, but Eric Adams will have to renew it. What happens is when you give out these contracts, City Bike wants the franchise here. They apply for it, they bid for it, they make their case, but at the same time they make a massive donation to the mayor campaign. They make a massive contribution to the senators, who then pick up the phone and call the mayor. That's how you, if you're, you say, how does a guy like de Blasio get reelected? Well, you give out the right contracts, and all of a sudden you got $50 million in your campaign fund in massive donations. And you do favors for all the big donors, the guys that control the Republican Party, and they kind of make sure you don't have a rough opponent. And that's how de Blasio got reelected. They make sure they had a real stiff with the opponent, and boom, gets right back in. They do favors for all these donors. So let's go to Kathy in North Carolina. Kathy, how you doing?
Hey.
Hey. No, it's Mark. Remember me?
Yeah, but am I live?
I don't know. You seem to be breathing, but okay. Let me take your pulse. Yeah, you.
No, I didn't get screened, but that's okay. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Mark, it's Kathy from North Carolina.
I think I just
I have a serious question. I can't believe it. How it's done. Okay. What is the deal with the ceasefire? No one even knows that there's any proof that hostages are alive. This seems 101 negotiations to me. Like, you have to have proof. And if you have proof, like if you know where they are or you have pictures of them, I mean, nobody has talked about whether or not.
I hate to say this, it's 6 months now, and in the last round of negotiations, when Hamas was asked about turning over the hostages, they said they can't do it, that they're unable to do it, which could mean they're not alive, or they...
Right. So why are we going through this exercise of arguing about it when there's not even any proof that that's a negotiating...
Obviously, if you had a Donald Trump in there, he'd get both sides, and he'd be in their room screaming and yelling. They'd be negotiating, going back and forth. But have you seen Joe Biden? Not exactly a master negotiator.
No, none of this is making sense.
But thanks, Kathy. You know, if Biden would say to them, and Anthony Blinken does it, Anthony Blinken. Nobody in this administration knows how to negotiate anything. They don't know how to get tough. Iran could take care of this. You got to pressure the hell out of Iran. Biden thinks Iran is our biggest ally in the Mideast. He's so nice to them. Does it. Whatever would help them, that's what he does. That's the problem. Let's go to Vincent in Brooklyn. Vincent, how you doing?
Good morning, Mark. I'm okay. Last week on the stop, Joe Biden, his usual BS, and I think he was down where the bridge was, the Francis Scott Key Bridge, at a fundraiser, shouting and saying, "Oh, we're going to pick up the tab." He's trying to buy off all the workers who temporarily are out of work because they can't go over the bridge, whatever. They can't work down the docks and everything. But it's another, as I heard somebody say,
for Mikey,
he's throwing again.
He's actually live.
8th between 6th and 7th.
Okay.
Let's take West 42nd Street, 10th Avenue, West 48th Street, Manhattan. Arrival time on this route is similar to West 42nd Street, West 44th Street, West 48th Street, Manhattan. We're all set. Let's go. Use the right lane to turn right on 12th Avenue.
of the eclipse.
Turn right on West 48th Street.
it. Then I'm going to get some glass. I'm going to be ready for the next week. But you got 21 years. August 12th, 2045. That's right. August 12th, 2045. This is solar. I remember that. Lunar eclipse is not quite as dramatic. While we look for Bill, let's take a call. Let's go to Gina, Staten Island. Gina, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. It's so good to talk to you, Mark Simone. I love your show. I've been listening for years.
Thanks. I love the name Gina. One of the great songs of all time. You know that song, right?
No, what's his name?
Johnny Mathis did it. A lot of people.
Johnny Mathis?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was calling because we were talking about that Jose guy.
Fat guy. You know, the president put him on the Sixer Council. He's a big Democratic supporter. This big fat guy.
It's terrible. Oh my God.
I found it in my iTunes. It's an old song.
Oh, I love it. Thank you.
All right.
This building has the Sirius XM company. But is Howard Stern is still there?
As far as I know, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Say hello to him.
I don't know if I'm gonna bump into him, but if I do, I'll
You're not part
You've
of
arrived
the...
at your destination.
You're not one of the ones?
Absolutely not.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Have a good
Take
one.
care. Maybe see him in the elevator.
But he's quite the world traveler. Now you're saying, what the hell is Malta? Well, it's in the Mediterranean. It's below Italy, between Italy and Africa. Remember there was a James Bond movie? It was one of those with Timothy Dalton. Remember that? Remember Timothy Dalton? Where the movie opens him jumping out of a plane, parachuting into Malta on a cliff. That's Malta. If you enjoy looking at ruins, it's a great place.
Okay, Rick. Thank you.
Thank you for wrapping up the call just like that. Yeah, aside from the murdering and the fentanyl and antibiotic resistant diseases, I don't know what the murdering and the a lot of people thought they were sick. I believe that they were just really had bad intentions. But you gotta start to realize the evidence is in now in every no bail, no jail. The evidence is in. As in every other time it's tried, it causes crime. It causes people
way to pick up a friend.
There's no question
Friend
about it.
from the hospital.
And this open border has flooded our cities. It's become a disaster with migrants. It's draining budget, money in the cities. It's spreading disease everywhere. It's killing
Money,
people.
no honey.
Terrorists, we know now, are crossing the border. So we've seen the results. But why do they keep doing it? Well, it's pretty obvious. It wasn't done just out of being naive. The intentions were actually pretty bad. They're just trying to unfuel America. If we don't even say that. Well, that's kind of an extreme one. That's kind of a crazy conspiracy theory kind of thing to say. But, look at the results. I can be doing it for a year and it's not working, but 3 years, 4 years, it's not when you keep it up to keep the border wide open. We've seen the damage, the destruction. I hate to say it, but whenever there's terrorism,
You have a construction.
attack on Gaza,
Construction.
there and comes here, the border's been wide open for 3 years. The FBI
Ice cold water, $1. Ice cold water, $1.
incidents of terrorism.
Umbrella, $5. Umbrella, $5.
Well, let's go to Phil in Brooklyn. Phil, how you doing?
$5.
Hey, how are you? You were talking about the fact checkers disappearing. And a lot of times when stuff disappears, you forget all about
Yep,
it.
yep.
One phrase that you have not heard at all lately when it comes to Hunter and Joe
Joe Biden is the appearance of impropriety. Remember, they were always screaming, you must avoid even the appearance of impropriety. And another phrase, when Donald Trump came down the escalator, that totally disappeared, it is negative campaigning. Remember when they were always going around to reporters, will you take a pledge to not engage in negative campaigning? Completely gone.
That's a very good point. Yeah, you're right. They used to go after anybody that engaged in negative campaigning. Why, that was considered terrible. Now, that's the theme of all of Biden's campaign. Remember, started, as soon as he campaigned, actually he campaigned kind of positive. I'll be a uniter, I'll be a healer. But he said, calling everybody a white supremacist, you're a MAGA extremist.
Hoo-ha-ha-ha, hoo-ha-ha. She can stay. I can pay. That.
Anyway, I'd like to know what nobody has put together, the fact that all the money that the Bidens have gotten, that the payback is electric cars, demanding electric cars, which could put the car companies out of business.
Chubby, chubby, chubby.
World War II without the car companies.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's first of all, if you had a problem with climate change, if there was really a concern with climate, there is some climate change, but top scientists now signed a letter saying there's no crisis here. It's not a crisis. It's most likely not even man-made. It's a solar cycle that will end at some point. So there's no reason to go crazy trying to fight. But if you did have climate change and you needed the problem solved, there's nobody less qualified to solve it than you. John Kerry, Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Anthony Blinken, they know nothing about climate science and what to do about it. They have no clue. But their solution, as Democrats and Republicans do this stuff too, but as Democrats, their solution is hand out massive contracts, multi-billion-dollar contracts, crony capitalism, and look at the evidence. Who did they put in charge of this climate money? Who did they put in charge of giving out the climate money? A political operative. John Podesta was like a dirty Democratic operative. They put a climate guy in charge. They put a scientist in charge. They put a wheeling, backroom Democratic operative in charge of giving out the money. Climate company, green company.
You have a
many of them have already gone bankrupt, run through the money. It's a real scam. Anyway, I guess Bill O'Reilly forgot to tell us he's on vacation. He'll be with us next week, so we'll do that next week. Coming up, a lot to talk about. This Jose Andres, the other thing, claims he gave out 10 million meals. Nobody believes this for a second. That caravan was 3 cars. They weren't giving out 10 million meals. But you know who did? Israel. Go to the website, take a look at this video. Simple math. There's an important math lesson. Prove how these Israel haters are totally wrong. Israel gave out food in Gaza.
Can stay. I can pay. Do that.
Listen to WOR tomorrow morning at 8:25 and you could win.
You're always trying to figure out what diet, what to eat, what not to eat with it. So one rule you can always count on: fruits and vegetables. Any nutritionist, any dietitian, anybody, that's the one rule. Eat lots of fruits and vegetables. You have to do it every day. But balance of nature can help you out. This is a great idea. They just put it in the capsule, fruits and veggies in capsules. They take 31 different whole rice and fruits and vegetables, put them in the capsule. So this will give you a good dose of fruits and veggies.
She can stay. I can pay.
Take stuff every day to give you vitamin C, vitamin D, whatever you take. And this capsule, get a good dose of it every day from Balance of Nature. Get 35% off your first order. Just use the code WOR. It's 31 different whole rice and fruits and vegetables. Special process to powder them to keep as much nutrition as you can. It's in capsules, easy to take every day. Just go to balanceofnature.com. Balance gave you the best.
With negligence, Chase and Honda will help you get the meaningful compensation billion for victims like you. Don't settle for less than you deserve. Go to chaseofluhana.com or call us for your free case review. 359.
Attend your care, and your caregiver gets paid instantly after their shift. It's all funded by 2% free to you through Medicaid. So call right now and see how fast you can get started with Freedom Care. Call 516-613-5974. 516-613-5974.
For my interactive impact. Attention business owners, are you tired of those hefty credit card fees cutting into your profits? Well, we've got some exciting news for you. Thanks to the Durbin Amendment, there's now a game-changing solution to eliminate those pesky credit and debit card fees. Imagine processing unlimited transactions for as low as $99 a month. Our patented software gives your customers 2 price points based on how they pay, full or credit card price. It's that simple. And here's the best part. You can enjoy 24 is available in all 50 to eliminate processing fees for good. So if you're ready to take your business to the next level and say goodbye to credit card fees, call 800-832-5149 now. That's 800-832-5149. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity. Call 800-832-5149. Again, 800-832-5149.
Here's Puffy Coast from Pina Colada. Spicy streets for pristine sand. Leave New York behind and spend time in Daytona Beach, Florida. Along 23 miles of beautiful beaches, you'll forget all about work, chores, and responsibilities. Instead, you'll spend your days enjoying the warm weather, local seafood, luxurious accommodations, and more. To find out all there is to see and do, visit DaytonaBeach.com and plan your trip today. Daytona Beach, Florida.
Good morning, Shelly and Anthony. Good morning, the mighty bull. I'm going to go to Lenox Hospital to pick up a friend.
All the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking off that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. WOR, WASQ-832 New York, an iHeartRadio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
This is the Mark Simone Show.
710 WOR.
Hey, I forgot to mention 75 degrees today. How about that? 75 degrees. I don't think it's going to be like 60 tomorrow. Kind of coming back to earth tomorrow, right? A little bit of rain then for the rest of the week. But spectacular day today. Look at the sunshine and that's great, accurate weather. Hey, we got a lot to get to in the next hour. We'll get back to and it's the New York Times. There are more inmates of medicine that's a bit on trip. We'll get to what they're up to. We'll get to the Trump campaign, the Biden campaign. We'll get to it's just amazing what inflation is doing to businesses. We'll get all of that.
Yep. I'm on 63 now. Make right on 78, right on Lexington, and right on 77. The sound of the church, the sound of the bell church. Construction.
iHeartRadio station. 68 degrees.
With thousands of unique life experiences.
Against a teacher in a Stamford, Connecticut elementary school. He's accused of groping students. A win, but 2 losses in court for climate activists in Europe. And we'll bring you the kind words Richard Lewis had for his
Mighty Bull, thank you very
before he
much.
passed away this past
I like the coffee.
10 wind to AccuWeather. Did I say it was 64 degrees? We are up to 68 degrees now in the city with sunshine. We get to a high near 75. Some of the inland suburbs could get up to 80.
Super chats.
Wind news time. alarms over here in Stewart. In case you're sitting on Henry Hudson Parkway, let me explain why.
Pool in the
Southbound
building.
Henry Hudson at 119th Street has NYC access.
Mando Marquez the Seal.
That'll do it. And the delays go all the way back to the GW Bridge ramp. We're also dealing with a tractor-trailer accident on the Van Wyck northbound near Linden Boulevard. The right and center lanes are blocked, and we are jammed back to the Belt Parkway. And the Belt Parkway has heavy westbound delays getting out from Canarsie out into the Arizona Bridge. It's a very nice ride. We're very heavy on the eastbound side of the Staten Island Expressway because of construction eastbound between Victory and Bradley. The roadwork has the left lane down until 3 p.m. As we check what we need to know about the bridges and tunnels, it's about 25 to 30 inbound to the GW Bridge from 8095. From the Palisades, it's 15, 20 from Route 4. And the inbound Lincoln is 20, while the Holland has still got a 20 to 25-minute delay. Traffic and transit every 10 minutes around the clock. I'm Karen Stewart, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
A 38-year-old woman is dead after a fire overnight in a home in the Bronx. Our Glenn Schuck has the story.
The home here at East 212th Street, completely gutted inside by the fire. It broke out overnight, burnt belongings littering the sidewalk. A 38-year-old woman neighbors identify as Tracy died a short time later at Jacoby Hospital. And the discussion initially with the people living here as squatters, his neighbor named Lisa next door says no.
The nephews and them lived downstairs. They were just living there, no water, no heat, no electricity. So it was just like a abandoned house. The lady that died was the daughter instead of mother that passed away that owned the house.
The cause of the fire under investigation. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Wind, 92.3 FM.
Yep.
Section of the Bronx.
And a shooting in Brownsville, Brooklyn, has left one person dead and another injured. Police say officers responding to a 911 call found the victim, 50-year-old Anthony Barlow,
with all this coffee.
about 8 last night on the corner of Sutter Avenue and Mother Gaston Boulevard in the Brownsville section. No word yet though on motives for this shooting, and so far, no arrests. A Stanford teacher is facing a long list of charges for allegedly groping students.
Students describe creepy behavior and inappropriate touch, candy for hugs, an embrace with wandering hands. Strawberry Hill Elementary teacher Andrew Park stands accused of sexual assault. A dozen students, girls 11 to 13, told investigators Park would hug them in school. His hands would grope their backsides, so the girls started to lower their backpacks for protection. The warrant details how a girl told the teacher Park made her feel uncomfortable. She was late to class because she was avoiding him. Initially, the State Department of Children and Family Services declined to investigate. Then a parent called twice. Park is prohibited from being near children, the only exception being his 1-year-old daughter. 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
Based on 1104, City Councilwoman Gail Brewer is applauding the American Museum of Natural History for stepping up to serve as one of the city's few polling places for early voting. She spoke to 1010 Winds.
It's hard because the board of elections has to find places that are ADA, accessible, relevant to Disabilities Act, they have to have other criteria that a lot of non-schools don't meet.
Typically, schools are used as early voting sites, but parents have expressed concerns about them creating logistical issues like taking up too much space in cafeterias and forcing students to find someplace else to eat their lunch. A police chase on the east end of Long Island ended with a suspect driving off a 100-foot cliff and into Long Island Sound. Police say the incident started as a domestic violence call in Southhold before turning into a chase through the streets of Riverhead and Greenport and onto a bluff at the South Road. Officers dove into the Sound to make the arrest shortly after the car hit the water. Charges against the suspect, Roger Foster of Florida, are still pending. Well, it's a win, but 2 losses for climate activists in Europe.
Europe's highest human rights court has ruled that its member nations must protect their citizens from the consequences of climate change. The ruling decided with a group of 2,000 Swiss women against their government. But the same court rejected 2 other similar cases
nutrition service and will take effect within 2 years, with some exceptions. Under new rules, fruits and vegetable vouchers in 2024 will provide $26 a month for kids ages 1 through 4, $47 a month for pregnant and postpartum women, and $52 for breastfeeding women. I'm Julie.
Hey, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. You wanna go to the other side?
Hey,
More
hi,
space.
Sasha.
Hello, Sasha. How you doing?
No, but it's in the street. I don't want to get hit from the car. Or the billing setting, okay, with the water. More leg room. You funny. You know, he got more jokes than me. Don't hurt nobody, man. All right.
Do the service, you know? Yeah. Yes. So text me and we have how to do it. Take it.
Hi, Sasha.
Because you see what happened, a lot of people don't have nobody to pick them up.
Yeah, this lady was just walking down there.
Yeah,
she's walking on the cane like she's about to fall out. Like,
you know how much they charge? $300 to take you outside. They don't even take you anywhere. Like, yeah, this ask the hospital.
Look at that. Fucking goofy ass African.
They charge $300 for somebody who don't have nobody to pick them up because by law you cannot live by yourself. They ask you must have somebody pick you up. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna do that service. I wanna give my business card. People call me. I'll pick them up. I even take them home. You know.
I give you 20. That's good.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
How you been, man? Where's my Bambina? I just want to see Bambina in here.
It's included the egg. Yeah. Because she told me, hey, where's my money? I said, here, if you want another one, here's another one.
I got to put it in the car because I got the other one right in my truck.
Where is your Cadillac?
It's at the office.
The office. You see what I do? I put my phone here. I do live. And, you know, people, chat me, super chat me. You know what I mean? You see some give money for coffee, you read, you know. Yeah. So that's why I say you could do live too. I don't know why you don't do live. This, by the way, this is the new iPhone 15, and you see the charge is like that, and you just put it in a magnet. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And it's charging it. You see?
Oh wow.
You just put it like that. You have the 15. I don't know what you have.
I got the 12.
Oh.
I mean, not the 12, the 13.
Yeah, you can do upgrade if you want. I don't know. Because I need the face recognition. I stick up every time to put the password. But the face recognition saved me the time, you know, to do it.
See, you know what it is with me? See, I could do live everything I do, but I be so focused on somebody doing some stupid shit, man. And I just gotta keep my head on red light.
Yeah, get a second phone for live. One phone for you because they can carry your business. One phone, just leave it there.
I got 4 phones.
Okay, so one phone, just leave it like in hold there.
Yeah.
You know, to show the people, and you will see you get so much audience.
So like one day you gotta, cause I got all the stuff in my truck. I got all my phones, all the camera. Cause you gotta show me how I can hook up and get different things to mount my phones.
Oh look, I even got Alexa. You see this? Alexa, how's the weather? Sorry, but we need to connect. But you see this Alexa for car. You see how small it is?
You got Wi-Fi here?
Yeah, I got Wi-Fi.
How strong is your signal?
Very strong. Check it out. It's called Toyota. It's come with the car, you know. Maybe your car has. Maybe your car is also. Your car is in the office.
Yep, it's right at the corner.
Oh, okay.
I got one of the bosses going to meet me there with with a T for my stomach.
What? Oh, you just.
Damn, I forgot. Oh shit.
Forgot something? You wanna go
no,
back?
I was supposed to pick up my prescription from the pharmacy over by the hospital.
Oh. Call them, they do delivery. They do free delivery. Tell them deliver to the office.
How they do that?
They do all the pharmacy. Tell them you're in a corner. They will bring it to you, you know. They do free delivery. All the pharmacy, they do free delivery for everything. You just make some phone calls. Yeah, nice day today, sunshine.
Yeah, because like if I would have had my skateboard with me, I would have gone to the pharmacy and got my prescription while I was sitting there waiting for you.
Yeah.
But that damn weird hospital weird
What
shit.
what was it? You have a headache or something? Stomach
No,
or
that's
something?
from the, it's like antibiotics and
I have a friend, she's from Israel. She sent me her picture. She said to see if I can help her, you know, like some, I don't know, something, I don't know, maybe a job, modeling. She's like 25, 28 years old. I don't know. She don't say her age. I told her, I don't know, see what I can do. I told her connection these days.
She want a job?
Job or modeling or anything. I told her connection is the only way to get places these days, you know. So you can send your resume many places. They don't care unless connection.
Tell her you hook up with a friend. Me. Hook up with me.
Yeah, I tell her you are Ralph Lauren something and.
I've been got plenty of people a job in Ralph Lauren.
Yes, so you have connection Ralph Lauren something.
I got connections all over now.
So she want me to send her picture to Ralph Lauren 650 Madison, yeah. So let me know if they can help her. But she's not here. She's in Israel.
Yeah, that's not good.
She needs to come here, yeah. Yeah, connection, you know.
Capital connection, yeah. That's how I got my whole life off connections. You know that?
Yeah.
You see me evolve off connections.
I know there's nothing here
all my connections, like
music, books, CD, cars. Now you need connection. You need connection for housing.
You would see me evolve. You remember when I just had the wheelchair? I couldn't get no cab. You remember that?
Yeah, you know it's hard. But listen, you need connection now for housing.
Which mean?
Like to get a place, you know. And you need a nice place in the city somewhere. And connection. It's funny, your office is in Madison Avenue, your house is Dakota Building, you know, because you go there. Yeah.
I'm trying to get in that building right there.
Yeah.
Because they turned into a, you know, they turned into a residency.
Yeah.
That building right across the street from me.
Chicks, you have plenty chicks, but you want chicks to have kids, that's chick from Philippines, you know. What about Seven? You in touch with Seven?
Yes, I'm still got the house around there.
Yeah.
Man, if you ever need a room,
I went to his place a couple of months ago.
I ain't standing no box. Hell nah.
Did you send him the book or something? Or you can get it online, you know. I went to his place a few months ago. I brought a chick. I told him I wanted to rent a room for her. He think this chick I bring to be on the side for this. I said, no, she's looking for a place. He didn't want to rent. He's tough, you know. He got a little older. But that's a cool name, Seven. He call himself Seven.
My name
Half. What do I am?
7.5.
7.5. And I'm Lambo. They call me Lambo.
I call you Skinny.
You see, I have 58 people. They every day call me. I just put the phone and I don't even read much the account because I'm not.
Oh, you keep it plugged up too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you put a battery in
Yeah.
there.
I have 30,000 followers on this account.
trying to figure out how to look at that SIM card on the camera you gave me. I took it out the thing, but and then I put it into this little.
Oh, this camera I have here, it's like, you know, N2. And this is also come, you know, it's like with the insurance. They said if I put this camera, they give me 10% off, you know, the insurance for the car, you know. They want to see everything if something happens, you know. Like Uber, Lyft, taxi, if they put this camera next time, you see this for inside and this for. So I want to put one for outside, like in the back. Camera is the best, I'm telling you. Because so many schmuck, false accusation, false allegation. You have to protect yourself. Also, I go right here. Look all these kids, so cute. They like my baby.
Those my kids. Baby waving at me, especially one with the striped
Follow
shirt
the
right
leader.
there.
Follow the leader.
Yeah, him right there with the striped shirt on. He always wave at me. The one right there with the green pants on.
Yeah. It's so cute. I should take a video clip. Come on, you have to make a bambino. Just do it. Join the club. Join the club.
Nothing to it but to do it.
Yeah, join the club.
Can't win it unless you're in it.
Yeah. Just like that.
You had to laugh at that. What the hell is this? Well, that's your armrest.
Yeah, you know, I put all my junk here. This armrest, but this is a box. You see, to put junk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I try to get comfortable, you know. You see, I put this rain, like rain, you know, the rain thing, you know, like rain. Yeah. And I put
somebody
this.
told me to get that for my truck too.
It's good, like you have little fresh air, and the rain will come on you, you know. And this phone, I can also put it here, you know, like that. I got Alexa for the car, but sometimes not connection.
Got your old booty trap.
Hey Siri, how you doing?
Uh-huh. I'm happy to be here.
Do you know Half Soldier? Hey Siri, do you know Half Soldier?
What would you like to know about Half Soldier?
Oh, look, picture. How? Text him. Tell him we love him more. Hey Siri, text Half Soldier.
I don't see a number or iMessage address for Alia. To who?
Half Soldier. Half Soldier.
You don't have a number or iMessage address for Half Soldier. To who?
Okay, next time I need to add. Yeah.
I don't see a number or iMessage address for Half Soldier.
Fresh direct.
Fresh, what they call it?
Fresh
pineapple.
Fresh pineapple. Okay, so stop here. Thank you for your cooperation. God
Something
bless.
went wrong.
And,
Please try again.
Consider to do the live TikTok, YouTube. You get a lot of audience, you know.
Ready.
Take care. Let me go open this channel.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my friend, Half Soldier. Just get him a ride.
On Radio 77 WABC.
Spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage nasal care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage. You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repair to renovation. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
And paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers illegally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number. 800-811-7564. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-811-7564. The call is free. The consultation is free. Call 800-811-7564. That's 800-811-7564. Again, 800-811-7564. Go with your gut. Your tongue's immune system is based in the gut. That's why it lacks in nutrients because itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite. Give a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. Healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite. Waiting on the gas possibility. Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased 2023. With your advisor, Lifelong Help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues. And all of one Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey, Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas lights on. We need to stop and drive.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over.
כן, מה שלומך?
הלו.
כן, כן, מה שלומך?
בסדר, תקשיב.
חודש טוב.
הכל בסדר. תקשיב, אם אני אגיד לך מתי נוסעת לארץ, אל תגיד למירב. אני
לא,
מדברת
לא.
איתה בארץ.
כן, אני יודע בינינו, כי גם ככה את תמיד אוהבת לשמור את המועד טיסה, כי את לא רוצה שגם בארץ.
היא עושה הרבה בלאגן בטלגרם.
כן.
היא מנהלת של קובי אמזלק, היא שלחה לו 500 שקל.
כן, וואו.
עזוב, היא עושה הרבה בלאגן, היא שולחת לו... כן.
והיא בוכה שהולך לה כסף. אמרתי לה, את צריכה אפוטרופוס, כי את לא אחראית על הכספים שלך, צריכים למנות לך אפוטרופוס. או שתגמלי מהטיקטוק, היא גם לשי הייתה נותנת. אומרת, הולך לה על 2,000 שקל בחודש על מתנות לטיקטוק לאנשים. אמרתי לה, זה הזוי.
אני יודעת, שלחו לי שהיא הייתה אצל דרק, והיא אמרה שנשאר לה רק 20,000 שקל.
לא יודע, היא צריכה אפוטרופוס בינינו, כי היא לא אחראית על הכספים.
אין לה כסף, היא בזבזה את כל הכספים שלה, היא שולחת כספים לקובי אמזלק, ושלהיכנס בצחי דינה על הילדים, שזה לא יפה מה שהיא עושה. בגלל זה אין לה ילדים.
כן, וגם...
זה לא מספיק שכללה את אחותה הקטנה, ואמרה לילדים שיהיה להם סרטן, אז מה אתה מצפה?
כן, טוב,
היא חולת נפש.
אני איתה רק שלום שלום וזהו, אני לא מתייחס.
כן, אני יודעת. אז אני לא רוצה, אם אני אומרת לך, ואם תרצה משהו שאני אביא לך מאץ, אני אביא לך. אני לא רוצה שהיא תדע, אני לא רוצה שיהיה לי לינק שם.
כן, כן.
למה אחי אחר כך ייכנס בה, ילך אליה וייכנס בה, ואני לא רוצה בלאגן בארץ.
אתם גם ככה, אתם גם לא חברות. אתם גם לא חברות.
אנחנו לא חברות בגלל שהיא רצתה את עמית.
היא רצתה לעשות עקיצה או משהו עם עמית, כן.
לא, אנחנו יודעים. היא רצתה להיות עם עמית.
כן.
היא ניסתה, היא עשתה דברים אחרי הגב שלה, אני כבר ידעתי מזה. היא שיקרה אותי. במקום, נכון, היא רצתה לישון אצלו. אני אסביר לך מה, היא רצתה לישון אצלו. אמרתי לה, עמית, בשביל מה אתה עושה את זה? לא משנה שהוא אמר לה. את חברה שלי, יכולת להגיד לעמית, זה לא מתאים. רוצה לישון אצלו בבית, שהוא גבר, לא נשוי, לא כלום. את רוצה לישון אצלו?
כן, לא נורמלי.
תגידי, מה בדיוק את רוצה לעשות?
בדיוק. How you doing?
Mango?
No.
Watermelon?
Yeah.
Or mix?
Mix.
Mix?
No, watermelon. Hey, mix. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You don't have the tin?
What?
4.
Thank you.
Thank you. She can stay. I can pay.
Would be like only putting out 80% of the fire that's tearing down your house. Israel has to go in. It's the difference between an Israeli victory or a Hamas victory. Rafah has got to be done, Brian, and at the end of the day, Israel's going to do it with or without the United States. And to not do it with the United States, I think, would just be an awful, dishonorable message and stamp on the reputation of the United States of America. And again, I think the American people will end up punishing Joe Biden for.
Well, I do, but we'll be punished, whoever takes the reins next, because look at the message we sent in Afghanistan. Look at the lack of interest in finishing off the Ukraine fight. And now all of a sudden we lose interest because things get tough on the PR end in Israel. America fights for a day, or it stays with you until the sun goes down, and then we go pretend to be friends with somebody else. It's just a terrible message to send after you guys have spent, and administrations have spent maybe 70 years changing things around, and even if you look at the world wars. But looking now at, I've got to ask your projection. You saw the devastating hit on the Al-Quds commanders in Syria, in Damascus. And now Iran feels pressure. They also have some militants inside their own country that they have a devastating direct attack on Israel queued up.
Listen, they have the largest ballistic missile, drone, and cruise missile fleet in the entire Middle East. Some of those drones are very sophisticated. They clearly can reach Israel, depending on the kind of swarm attack they might be able to put together that would be multi-directional, I suppose, maybe including Hezbollah, that they could overwhelm Israel's air defenses. But I think, like you say, Iran's got real problems of its own. It's made clear over the last 6 months, while it wants to push and sacrifice as many lives of its proxy forces as it can, it itself, Iran, doesn't want to get into a direct confrontation with Israel or the United States. But I would say that this is exactly the wrong time for America and American politicians to be sending the signal that we're threatening some kind of rupture with Israel. As Iran considers its response here, we don't want to introduce any doubt into its mind that if it oversteps, if it overreaches against Israel or against the United States. Israel and America will be together in an overwhelming response to any Iranian provocations here.
I hope so. And lastly, you know, they do this with the blessing of Iran. Hamas did October 7th. They did it knowing Hezbollah was well on the same page. We know about the meetings that took place in Lebanon, at least, and probably more over in Iran. But did they expect this? Did they expect Israel to go in this deep into Gaza? Did they expect to lose this many fighters? Did they expect to repel and do some damage to Hezbollah like they have, and resulting in the killing of those commanders in Damascus? Is this more than Iran wanted, or is this exactly it?
It's got to be a little bit of both for the Iranians and their entire proxy strategy. I think they're, given how weak Israel looked before October the 7th, all the divisions inside Israel domestically, before October 7th, I think they thought they might have been able to force a ceasefire on Israel much earlier than this. This 6 months is the longest war Israel has fought since its War of Independence at its founding in 1948. I think the Iranians and the entire Iranian axis bet that international pressure, American pressure would have forced Israel to stop short of defeating Hamas before this. I think that's still their hope. And the more they see these divisions between the United States and Israel, the more they see Biden and the Democratic Party turning on Israel, I think it only gives them hope to hold out, to prolong, to not deliver back the hostages, to keep this war going in the hope that it won't end in Hamas's defeat, but in some kind of historic rupture in relations between the United States and Israel.
This ceasefire deal looks like this. It looks like we are offering through William Burns, give us 40 hostages back in exchange for 900 Palestinian prisoners, 100 of which are in for life, which means they have Israel blood on their hands. Would you do that deal?
Listen, the problem the Israelis have, Brian, is that those 253 hostages that got taken at the beginning of this war, that was a massive failure by the IDF and the Israeli government, a failing of their citizens, a real breach in the Zionist promise that Israelis would be able to occupy every inch of their land, and if they got into trouble, that they would be defended by their army. So there's a real moral debt. I think Israel is prepared to pay a very high price to get those people back, and I think the only people that can make that decision are the Israelis and their elected representatives. But you've got to say that there's no doubt the price will be high, because if they get 6 weeks of pause, Hamas is going to regroup, they're going to rearm, more Israeli soldiers will get killed, and the longer this war is going to go on, and it will have validated, of course, the strategy of terrorist groups taking hostages, which is a bad signal to send around the world.
John, it's been great talking to you. Thanks so much. And I'll talk to you again, because when this is over, we need somebody who has a clear mind to tell us what the next day looks like. Where the Palestinians,
thank you, Brian.
There we go. John Hanna, thank you. When we come back, I see your calls up there, Jane, Hank, Alex. We'll get to you in just a moment. Brian Kilmeade Show.
Coming to you on a need-to-know basis, because, man, do you need to know. It's Brian Kilmeade on Talk Radio 77 Talk.
Hey there, folks. It's Brian Kilmeade. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of our listeners, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, I've got good news for you. If you are facing $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more in a credit card debt, medical bills, or unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. So listen up. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $1 billion in debt. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. Call Accredited Debt Relief right now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate, and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-299-4600. 800-299-4600. That's 800-299-4600. Program and services not available in all states.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Right. Yeah.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and talk.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy,
Okay, you
listen
can
to
close
your
it.
big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas price. I do, and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cash back app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway.
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas.
Yeah, Pier 90. They have event,
Red light
something?
camera reported ahead. What?
They have event in Pier 90, event or something? Oh, they have a cruise. Oh. Lucky you, I'm so jealous. Where are you going to? Bahama? Bermuda?
Bermuda.
I took those cruises. They fun. One time I took to Nova Scotia, Canada. It's fun.
We took me a 5-day cruise. It's like a mini cruise.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do it again. You have Carnival, Norwegian. NC.
In a quarter of a mile, turn right on 12th Avenue.
see the boat already.
20 years old.
It's so big. Humongous. Two of them. Shish kebab. One is small. Smaller. This is some unbelievable. Here you walk across, okay? Thank you, God bless you, have a good day. You exit this way or wait? Okay, now it's okay.
That way is probably safer.
Yeah. It's okay, no any car now, they have red lights. Have a good day, good luck. You're walking a crosswalk, isn't it? Alexa, wake up.
Sorry, Echo Auto lost connection with the Alexa app. When you can safely do so, open the app to continue.
After
sticker shock. Saturday. And then also he was shaking all day, you know, and it wasn't straight until happy hour on Saturday night. He was spotted having dinner at the Cloister at Sea Island in Georgia. 5-day stay. Now tell me, what was so important going on amongst, as Robin Leach would say, the rich and the famous of the Georgia?
No, it is high cotton there, for sure.
I want to know, Nancy, how it is that James Flippin is able to afford. I mean, an outhouse is $1,000 a night.
Maybe he was taken as a guest. Yeah, to be clear, this was a very good friend of mine who, he and his wife, they live down in that area, and their family is somehow, some way connected to this Sea Isle.
Was there a GoFundMe involved with this travel?
There very well should have been. There should have been. I would have benefited.
Let me tell you something. When we heard Fanny Paquin up there, the Fulton County DA, describe all the places that she and Loverboy were at where they split the bill, there was no mention of Easter at Sea Island. No. I mean, this is beyond the
Seriously, one island away, I'm trying to think of the name of it, but it's literally where they established the Federal Reserve. Yes. So this is like the type of area we're talking about.
Oh, so you know that. Wow. This is interesting. Nancy had to come up with it. Not you, not Gnome Lady.
I did not know he was down there.
Even though you're Jersey boys. Now, how is it so difficult for the governor's staff to actually just acknowledge, because I don't believe that the Democratic Governors Conference was at the Cloister at Sea Island. Now you have further work as a result of Nancy's deep dive. You have to find out from the Governor's Conference. By the way, do you know who the head of the Governor's Conference is?
I believe it may well be Phil Murphy.
Yes, Sam the Bag Murphy. So they're going to go into the Code of Omerta now. So I understand you had a conference. Where did it take place? And over the course of how many days? And was it anywhere in proximity to the Cloister at Sea Island in Georgia, one of the most exclusive places in all of the United States?
And was there an open bar involved?
Yes, exactly. So he can't deny it. He was seen at the dinner table knocking back Jameson. I mean, they were ready to throw him out of the restaurant, and this was before happy hour. So you see the good stuff that you get from the wrecking team of Sliwa and Sliwa?
Yeah, I do know. Who was it that spotted him? I guess you can't obviously give up your sources, but someone that you know spotted him at the...
Well, you know, I have guardian angels all over the country, former guardian angels. Brunswick, you have to go with the bunnies, right? Because he had gorgeous blondes with him. He's on Palm Beach. Yeah, and I never spent a dollar. I trade paper with you. See? The American dream come true. Now, see, I got off track here. Oh, that's right. By the way, we have to indicate that there is a new trend, Nancy, when the FBI or other investigators raid crooked officials. Something they never did before. Take your cell phones. As we saw with Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, in the investigation about where he got all that Turkish money, and Nancy's going to give you an update later on that. Remember, they were outside of NYU. They pushed aside his police detail. They took him in his SUV. They searched him. And then he took his 2 cell phones, and poor Sid Rosenberg couldn't text him for about weeks because what was he using?
A burner?
Motorola burner phones.
The tosser phones, burners.
Right, and before that, Eric Ulrich, his crooked buildings department commissioner, who owed $600,000 to the Bonanno crime family in a Vic because he's a degenerate gambler. What did Alvin Bragg's inspectors do? They took his cell phone, right? And so in the case of Atlantic City Mayor Marty Smalls, another in the lexicon. You remember, what was that program, Boardwalk Empire?
Boardwalk, yeah.
I'm sure you love that.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, Corruption Central, Atlantic City, right? Every mayor gets indicted and convicted. One even fled.
Well, the actor who just got attacked at Central Park was in that show.
Of course, that makes sense. So what happened to Mayor Marty Smalls? They raided his house. And what did they take? His 2 cell phones. So now he's walking around, stun guy, with 2 burner phones like drug dealers and gangbangers do. Isn't Isn't this nice to know that we have elected officials who immediately, when their cell phones are taken either by the feds or state authorities or local inspectors, immediately revert to what drug dealers and gangbangers do? They use burner phones, and they keep swapping them out because they know at some point the feds are going to be on to them. How come you never mention this, huh? How come you and Noam never mention Corruption Central Atlantic City?
I know that there was actually one or two newscasts that I did mention that story with Atlantic City, but we don't tend to do South Jersey that often.
Why?
Well, and this is funny, too, because he refers to it as a family matter, and then he goes into all these details about how he's, like, helping his elderly mother-in-law into the car to get her blood work. Like, it's really, like, tears and a little violin coming out.
It's crooked, like all Atlantic City mayors have been, almost all of them. Crooked. In fact, they're so crooked, James Flippin', that when they die from greed, and you have a wake, because all their sycophants, toadies, lackeys, and gomadas have to come and pay their last respect. When they bring them to the local cemetery, they got to get a Black & Decker drill to drill them in the ground because they're so crooked. They can't close the casket. That's how crooked they are in Atlantic County and Atlantic City. But no Layden and James Flippin. Jersey boys, right? Frankie Valley would be upset with you guys. You almost never do corruption stories about the Soprano state of New Jersey.
Well, I do have a Jersey story that I think you'll enjoy, and it connects from Atlantic City to Hudson County.
Oh,
where,
the
of
two
course,
most corrupt counties, Atlantic County and Hudson County. And let's not forget Camden County.
Yes, let's not forget it for sure. At a park near his house in Jersey City, there was a group of... The countdown was approaching to that 91% coverage that we had here in the New York City area. They were chiming a gong and changing their yoga positions. In the minutes leading up to the actual eclipse, these people they would hit a gong, then change their yoga position. Hit a gong, change their yoga position. So I just thought that you would appreciate that, given that you were very in tune with the whole eclipse.
No, Nancy was in tune. She's going to give you an update on next. Oh, by the way, we saw the pictures posted by Noam Layden. He had that spaghetti strainer on his head. You can look up to a spaghetti strainer. He had a fluorescent light bulb that he was waving around his head with a tinfoil cap on. And he was acting like he was, as if he was all of a sudden Hare Krishna Hari. He was like a whirling dervish.
They weren't from the hot tub, these pictures, right?
No, he was on land. They were doing yoga, just as he said, hitting the gong and probably the bong. And all of a sudden, he had the fluorescent light bulb around his head. I thought it was like Star Wars. And then he had the tinfoil cap on. And he had the spaghetti strainer that he was looking up into because he listened to Stu Knotts, Dr. Sky, and Frank Morano, the Babalu.
Yeah,
hey, look up to a spaghetti strainer.
Again, the point is that you shine the spaghetti strainer on the wall, on the ground, to create the little shadows. You don't.
He didn't read that far into the story.
Yeah, he didn't get there. That's all.
Well, what about the saltine crackers?
You have the same idea.
13 holes. It is Dr. Sky. Yeah, get a saltine cracker and look up through the saltine cracker.
You don't look through it.
Yo, did you see my video that I did on
that? Yes.
Oh, and actually, we were outside. I brought the glasses so that he could see it properly. So he takes them, then he tries to hand me his reading glasses to look at the sun. He almost blinded me.
Wow.
Oh, do you know all those fake glasses? Come on. You're telling me those were knockoffs? Everybody was down on Canal Street buying them, right? Knockoffs.
I'm fairly sure that wouldn't have worked, though.
That's for sure, but I got to tell you, I tried desperately to use the saltine cracker method. And I saw ougats. I saw bupkis, right? We're going to do a deep dive on this up next. The most fraudulent event since Y2K.
Well, it did happen.
As I called it, Y2K, 1999 and 2000.
Stanley? Oh, how you doing?
And everybody made money.
I'm going to Brooklyn. Brooklyn, yeah? Yes. Happened. Your car is not ready.
No, I just dropped it off for service.
Oh, okay.
Gotta get another day.
They should give you something, sometime they give you something replacement.
Yeah. Normally they have rentals for me, but busy, they don't have anything.
Down here on the block.
keep the receipt. Uber receipt, send them to compensate.
Oh yeah, they ordered for me.
Oh,
The other one of my jobs yesterday was the Venezuelan illegals who were pickpocketing all the schmucks who were looking up in the sky. By the way, up next you're going to hear why I'm in a rage about what happened yesterday at 3:30. 3:30, right? The whole world stopped in LA area. And I happen to be in a very precarious position. When they abandoned ship,
big auto.
nobody wants to go anywhere.
Cruise
By the way,
monkeys look like a big
now check in with the governor's office since Nancy Cole busted him, huh?
No, actually, I'm going to have to contact the Democratic Governors Association.
Yeah, but also Governor Half-in-the-Bag Murphy and say, spending 5 nights at the Cloister at Sea Island, huh? It's pretty pricey there, Gov. Hopefully you paid the tab.
Entertaining talk for New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and the world. An American original. Talk Radio 77 WABC and WABCRadio.com.
If you own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles and have an auto warranty about to expire or have no warranty at all, listen up. Car Shield has a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that's now available to help you save on out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. So please call Car Shield now. Find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. 800.
Turn left on 12th Avenue.
7584 for a free quote. Drivers who activate the vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing and car rental options at no additional cost. So please call for your free quote, 800-925-7584, 800-925-7584. Hey, what do you have to lose? 800-925-7584.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Dominic Carter, City Hall.
The fatal shooting of NYPD officer Jonathan Geller. We are talking to Paul DiGiacomo, the president of the Detectives Endowment Association Police Union. Well, I think because, the Senate and the Assembly are constantly looking to enact bills to tie the hands of the police. And along with the City Council. I'm going to say the same about the City Council, because not once do any of these government bodies do anything, enact legislation to help the police, or do they enact legislation to help the victims of crime. No, it's always to help people that are committing crimes. And I think they've lost focus on what they raised their right hand and took an oath to.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. Talk Radio
Red light camera reported ahead.
Supporting research and innovation that drive toward improved quality of life and well-being and advances in care for autistic individuals and their families.
Together, we're going to build a path forward and drive change. 77 WABC cares.
Everything is expensive these days, you know that. The government is printing trillions of dollars and consumer prices higher than ever. If the government continues its printing and spending, the dollar could continue its free fall, but there are a few things you can do right now. American Harvard Gold can show you how to protect your money, your retirement, your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify a portion of your portfolio into physical gold and silver. Start with a short phone call, and they can have physical gold and silver delivered right to your door or put inside your 401k or IRA. Call 877-444-GOLD, 877-444-GOLD, or text GOLD to 65532. Again, that's 877-444-GOLD, or text GOLD to 65532.
Speed truck reported ahead.
How do you know that's protective sidewalks? Where did you buy it? Oh, off the street. I didn't think that those are narcotics like everything else in New York City.
Well, you don't know about those ones. I mean, like supposedly you have a certain radiation on it, but you're just trusting that the label's right. They didn't just like Adobe print shop a bunch of them and put them on everything. I don't know.
I gotta assume that
Cortelio Road. Red light camera reported ahead. Turn left on Cortelio Road. Turn right on Coney Island Avenue. In a quarter of a mile, turn left on Digmas Avenue.
Pull
arrived at your
to
destination.
the side?
Yeah, you can pull in front of that car.
Okay, okay. Thank you for choosing us. Have a good day. Take care. God bless. Hopefully you get your Cadillac soon.
Yes.
Take care.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Get Babbel. Starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. The Miller Report with Suzanne Miller.
Welcome, Stan Van Nieuwerburg, to the Miller Report. Stan, one of the things that everybody's talking about, every city needs infrastructure. We need teachers, we need police officers, we need sanitation, but no housing for these people. There's no city that's going to do well without that middle person getting home. What do you think would be the best model to create that?
Now that's a really hard question. Land is very expensive in New York City. The only way we've been able to do this in New York City for the longest time is with subsidies. Without that, I think it would be really hard to build. Because at the end of the day, we have just a huge housing shortage in New York City. Any sort of housing will help with affordability. Even if it's luxury housing, it will help because it will free up an apartment. Somebody will move into that will free up another apartment. Somebody will move into that apartment. And at the end of that chain, there's an affordable apartment becoming available for a teacher or a police officer.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. Talk Radio 77 WABC. This is the Rip and Read featuring Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC and Curtis Lewa.
Hang on a minute. Don't treat it like dolphins. This is a precursor this Sunday, the New York Greek Independence Day Parade that John and Margot Katsimatidis and WABC hosts. 1:30 in the afternoon from 5th Avenue and 64th Street. Be there. And tonight, Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, hosts a reception to celebrate Greek heritage at Gracie Mansion tonight. I don't know, but I would hope that all good Greeks listening, who may be going, are going to pound him with a message that keeps coming out of City Hall and the police department. This morning, it's like a tag team. First, it's Eric Adams at his press conference saying it's a perception of crime, and now it's Eddie Caban, the police commissioner.
I want my legacy to be that New Yorkers felt not only that they were safe, but that they felt safe too. If they don't feel that way, I'm not doing my job.
Well, guess what? I don't know how they're going to be able to answer. And I'm calling on all great Greek Americans who are going to that reception to celebrate Greek heritage tonight at Gracie Mansion, hosted by the mayor and his staff, to get on there and say, what the hell happened in Briarwood? 8:20 in the morning on Sunday. It's all on video. Briarwood is right next to the Jamaica Estates. That's where the Trumps grew up. Briarwood is where the Cuomos grew up. Some of the safest neighborhoods in the city. And right on the steps of St. Demetrius Greek Orthodox Church on 152nd Street in Briarwood, 8:20 in the morning, a 68-year-old Greek female parishioner is walking up the steps. A black guy is chasing her. Comes up on the top steps, kicks her down the steps, smashes her, takes her purse. She's like left for dead, gets the keys and drives off in her car, the 2006 Nissan Altima. No arrest has been made. Folks in the neighborhood and Orthodox parishioners have said that, let me tell you something, we've never had incidents in this area, in this neighborhood like this. There's fear, we're angry, we're sad for this woman, what she went through. So if they run that nonsense on you tonight, when you're at Gracie Mansion, celebrating Greek heritage, you tell the mayor, you tell Eddie Caban, you tell the police branch, you say perception, you haven't even caught this monster yet. This monster will 8:20 in the morning on a day of worship in the Greek Orthodox Church. And remember, this is going on.
אני עשיתי בנוי לפרדי קרוגר לחודש אחד רק. למה? פרדי קרוגר שווה את זה, את האמת. הרייבים שלו חבל על הזמן, עזוב את זה שהוא מפחיד, הוא מצחיק. הוא מצחיק ברמות קשות, ממש ממש מצחיק. לפחות אותי, כן?
In 400 feet, turn right. Turn right on Flatbush Avenue. Turn right. Turn right on Bedford Avenue. You've arrived at your destination. This is a call from your Uber rider, and this call may be recorded. head to your drop-off at McDonald's.
Right.
Yeah, because I didn't want to block the traffic.
I didn't know you were down here.
Turn right on East 21st Street.
Your dinner's new secret hero, ready in minutes, is hosting with an authentic blend of Korean
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on Beverly Road. In 1,000 feet, turn left, then turn right.
UConn men's basketball has won back-to-back national championships. UConn, the first program to repeat since Florida in 2007. UConn now has 6 NCAA tournament championships. The Mets will try to keep it going tonight against the Atlanta Braves. The Yankees hope to gut the fish yet again. And Garrett Cole played catch yesterday, part of his recovery from an elbow injury. And the Knicks are in Chicago to face the Bulls with playoff seeding at stake in here in a big way down the stretch. On Wall Street, stocks are in negative territory. The Dow down 150 points, and that's as the market awaits tomorrow's inflation print. The March CPI will be published. From the Ramsey Mazda Weather Desk, sunny today, getting up right near our high at 73 degrees right now. WABC News Time, 106. The Greg Kelly Show next. 73 and sunny in Midtown. I'm James Flippin.
You could go straight.
Yeah, just kind of blocking.
Well, I feel terrible for these people. I'm sorry.
I follow ways, but if you want different way,
Turn left on Beverly Road, then turn right on Ocean Avenue.
Not yet.
They had a boy, 2 adults. They had a boy, 15 years old. Ethan, I think his name was. And at 15, he killed a bunch of people at school. 4 people. He had a gun, and it was a mass shooting at school. And the parents just got sentenced to 10 to 15 years in jail for those actions. What do they charge him with? Criminally negligent homicide. Look, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's at all fair. A lot of my friends say, oh no, this is exactly what should be happening. There are a billion things happening that are wrong in America right now that are leading to these mass killings that have nothing to do with the parents. I mean, nothing to do with the parents. It's too easy to blame the parents. And it's also wrong to
Turn left on Regent Place, then turn right on Ocean Avenue.
I go straight with the request.
make up your mind. Is he responsible as an adult? If he's an adult, then
Oh, no, you can make the left here.
Oh, make it.
I don't think his parents are responsible. I just think the whole thing stinks. And one of the reasons why they're going down as hard as they're going down is because, well, it has something to do with the color of their skin. That they're white. And a white working class woman demands very little respect in our warped, backwards, upside down
Turn right on Ocean Avenue.
America. Everybody should be equal. Those days are over.
1,000 feet. Use the left lane to turn left on Parkside Avenue.
It's almost, I don't know, is it easier to be a victim than the accused in this case? I can kind of see that. I can kind of see that. It really strange way. Diego, do me a favor. This is part of her, it's an apology slash statement. I guess she's looking for mercy. She didn't get it. Jennifer Crumbley. You know, I remember when we were working class people, we were just reading. It was very nasty, really mean. And I just could not imagine it happening to a woman of color. I don't think it should happen to anybody. But the way our society works, all kinds of people play all kinds of games. And the people who play the games the most, the worst, happen to be liberals who are white. They're dancing this dance so that they fit in, so that they can keep their power, so that they can keep their status, so they can not get pissed on by the mob, whatever. It's a weird dance, and it's one of compliance. And you know what? I don't think we're supposed to necessarily give in. I like that America was kind of founded by non-conformists. When you think about it, we're supposed to be non-conformists. Our ancestors did it, right? Let me hear Jennifer Crumbley, her statement just before getting sentenced today.
Use the left lane to turn left on Parkside Avenue.
It's a red light.
Make a left.
Yeah, I'll wait for the light.
I'm sorry.
It's a red light, I'll wait for the light.
No, I thought you asked me to make a left.
No, I'm gonna make a left, but I said it's a red light.
Oh, no, I know.
You wanna get off here or you wanna
No,
go
I'm
out
going to
there?
the park. I'm going to get out there. Thank you.
Yeah, nice day today, sunshine.
I'm sorry?
Nice day today, sunshine.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to go to the park.
Solitary confinement. The kid found a gun. 15 years old. Second Amendment right to this. I wish this hadn't happened. What about Bailey? What about cancerous? What about psychotropic drugs? Everybody saying this kid, oh gosh, this is so unforgiving and mean and wrong. And I'm surprised.
Okay, you have a good day. Thank you for choosing us.
You've arrived at your destination.
Take care.
Speed trap reported ahead.
And they're doing it now. Why is it? I gotta tell you, I was really impressed when she acknowledged her hatred of the
Knowledge.
at the same time. It was very interesting. And then the father had to get in here too. This is tough all around. I thought he was great. I'm sorry. Aren't we supposed to have a little bit of forgiveness here? They did not commit
roundabout, take the third exit on Ocean Parkway, Service Road, to Prospect Avenue, New York 27 West, Prospect Expressway. In 1,000 feet, at the roundabout, take the third exit.
I don't think there's anything he could have done. I mean, yeah, retrospect, it's all perfect, right? 2020 hindsight vision. I don't know. People told me, a couple people said, he seems like a very reasonable guy. What is your take on this?
נפלה איתו ב-80,000 שקל, ועוד מישהי נפלה אותו ב-100,000 שקל, ותקשיב, הוא עשה מאנשים מפגרים כמובן, כן? מטומטמים, המון כסף, וזה מה שמדרבן אותו לא לעבוד, לא לצאת לעבוד. אנשים צריכים במקום לחנך אותו ולהגיד לו, צא לעבוד, תעבוד כמו כולנו, כי גם אנחנו עובדים על הכסף כמו חמור, אז מדרבנים אותו. הוא יושב בבית ומקבל כספים מאנשים.
Roundabout, take the third exit on Ocean Parkway, Service Road, to Prospect Avenue, New York 27 West, Prospect Expressway.
Particularly attractive, whatever, you know the phrase, you've heard it before, white trash, right? That's what they're getting at. And no, we don't judge people like that. I don't. I wish, and I just can't believe the system is so harsh. I mean, the system is, well, I guess the system is the system. There are a million things that this kid could have done. What about the psychotropic drugs? Why don't we ever talk about those things? In 1980, how many kids were taking pills, psychotropic drugs? How many do you think James Lipper? I don't want to get in the habit of calling you Lipper. That's an O'Reilly. I love Bill, but he's always like, "What's up, Kelly?" Yeah, well, a lot of people refer to me by my last name because I think it's sort of unique. There is something about flipping, yeah. Flipping. Well, what you're talking about, like from a percentage perspective? Because I feel like when I was growing up was when like Ritalin. I don't know if that's what you thought. Growing up in the 90s, yeah, like I'm born mid-80s, so like early 90s, there was kids who had ADHD and they would be given Ritalin. That's when the shooting started. That's when it all started. I'm not blaming Ritalin per se. I don't want any problems with but I think it has something to do with the pharmaceutical.
In 900 feet, stay to the left to New York 27 West, Prospect Expressway, to I-278, Brooklyn Queens Expressway.
Video games went over the top in the 90s. What's that Grand Theft Auto nonsense? It got more and more realistic. People started popping the pills. Music.
In 400 feet, use the right lane to exit. Exit right to Fort Hamilton Parkway West. In 900 feet, turn right on East 3rd Street.
Okay, now hand me the hose.
מה קורה? איפה אתה? ב-JFK?
Turn right on East 3rd Street.
מה ביקשתי? Maybe I should switch to Lambo. Yeah. Pull to the side and switch to Lambo. I'm gonna pull to the side. I'm gonna try to switch to Lambo. Hopefully, will be no problem.
In a quarter of a mile, turn right on Vanderbilt Street.
Vanderbilt. I need to get some hours in Lambo. To build Lambo account, I need to get some hours.
In 1,000 feet, turn right, then turn left.
Yep, click on link. Click on link. 43 people, click on link. Switch to number. Click on link. 43 people, click on link. Switch to number. Switching to number. Yes, switching to Lambo. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation.